Nevada impacts. And what we decided to do was present our version to the city council, and OPD presented theirs. And city council overwhelmingly, unanimously supported the commission's version. And what that did was, not just substantiate the support for the commission, but because we had selected parole and probation, arguably, the policy that represents, and this is not the right context, like the least of these, the most vulnerable. I thought that, we had gone deep. It wasn't, low hanging fruit. And then we were supported in a very substantial way. And the policy went into effect. And then the resulting of that entire scenario was that OPD made themselves available to work with us, and we have never not worked with them directly on policy creation. So that moved us all forward together. If I could call a bonus, was also the armed and unresponsive policy. As you all know, there were many people that had been killed prior to Joshua Pollock, but the commission had not been stood up at the time that those people had been killed. And so having worked on that policy, and it had so many moving pieces, but what I was told while LaRon Armstrong was chief was that, and I can't give you the date, so I'm sorry about that, but that they had successfully resolved at least 12 people that were both armed and unresponsive without any physical harm. So, the death stopped, and really is because of our policy. So, and
What's your secret question?
oh, okay. Okay, so my secret question is, if you didn't know your age, how old would you think you are and why? That age is always an issue, particularly for women. I have actually used it as a badge of honor. I would literally, I think I would say probably about 78. And it's because I've kind of had so many lives and so much work. Thankfully, I don't look that age. Hopefully, I don't even look the age I am, which is 61. But I feel like the depth and breadth of my community work, the police commission work, and all the other work around me means that I've made some substantial contributions in my life. So therefore, it's about 17 or 18 years older than I am. And thank you for this question. Thank you. The chair has appropriately delineated what I couldn't do clearly. Wisdom.
Right.
I'll go next. Why not? So my name is Marcia Carpenter Peterson. I like to use the word carpenter because I have 26 first cousins that live in the area, and they want to identify with this word. How long have I been on the commission? Since February 2020, and I'll remember it forever because that was the same commission meeting that former Chief Armstrong appeared as our chief. And so that was over 3 years ago now. My most rewarding moment, it's so very fresh in my mind, I can't help but call out this police chief search and the iterations that we went through. I became the chair the last Friday at a special meeting in October. And we had changed, we didn't have much to go on, in terms of the search. And I'm so very proud that my vice chair and Corelli and Chair Emeritus Regina were on that journey as we hit the deck running with a new or a completion of a process that we inherited. And it was very difficult. And we only had maybe a little under 6 weeks to accomplish it, with the threat of an emergency being called by the mayor. We did our best. We salvaged what we could from the list, and they weren't bad candidates. They were the candidates that were in it for Oakland. And we gave them that list, and of course she rejected it. So we started all over. She proposed a 2-week window to accomplish it, which we didn't even address. We just said, this is the window. We're gonna be able to accomplish this under. We did it with hours and hours of work. And I must remind the public, we are unpaid volunteers. It was painful to give up our President's Day for all-day interviews. We did it for Oakland. That following Sunday, all-day interviews, we did it for Oakland. And we sent forth the candidates that were in it for Oakland, that had no mitigating circumstances or special circumstances. They were here for us. And I'm so proud that we were able to have the community forum. The community was happy to participate in this forum. We're still getting feedback from the forum. We did our job for the community for Oakland. So that is my most rewarding and recent experience, and I'm sure there'll be more. With respect to my secret question, what book has had the most impact in your life and why? Now, commissioners know I might carry that writer's book around me in my, to every meeting. And I'm not saying it's the Bible, but it surely was informative. The Writers Come Out at Night by Allie Winston and Darwin Baldwin Grant. So thank you for that book. I'm in a reading group, and I have been in the same reading group for 40 years. And that might be older than some of y'all. So I have read hundreds of books, but I can really say my reintroduction to my Sunday school class this past month, Black History Month, reread, reintroduced many to Before the Mayflower by Lerone Bennett. And if you read it years ago when you were in college, you didn't really understand maybe all that was being said. And we cross-referenced that to what kind of faith do we have and what kind of strength we have as a people. And so that would be my part of this.
Do you say who goes next?
Wilson!
Oh, I don't do that way, say it. I'm Wilson Miles, and sometimes people call me Wilson. When I was junior, I stopped using that, not because I'm embarrassed about anything, but it just seemed right for me to not use junior, because they used to call me Junebug when I was so
Always in every family.
I didn't want to get close to that. So I think I'm going to have many more rewarding moments too. It was hard for me to find a rewarding moment. I've only been on the commission since October, right? So it hasn't been long. I think probably though, I would say the most rewarding moment was last week when we attended the ceasefire audit report. There were in the room essentially representatives from all the different agencies that deal with piece in our community. Hearing that report, because ceasefire is such a central part of reducing shooting deaths in our community and was so successful. And the audit report was very well done and accurately stated. The value of it in that we had dropped it and the results were that shooting deaths went up. And it looked at the reasons why it was dropped and the consequences. So I think it's a critically important document. So having that audit report presented to all of the folks in the room and then getting to ask questions and get to know one another, I think is critical to moving the city forward to actually becoming a much more peaceful, safe community. And so having that as a seed for us to be able to move forward, I found very rewarding. My secret question is, how would you describe your 5-year-old self?
Super. Tell us,
So I was born and lived the first 7 years of my life in Flagstaff, Arizona, which is 7,000 feet up and a lot of timber. And so I was very curious young kid running around sometimes in the forest and learning a lot because both my parents were teachers. So in fact, in my first grade, my mother was my teacher and my father was the principal of the school.
Wow.
Hard time. Hard time.
The segregated community that were struggling to integrate the school system. So I got inculcated with a lot of the social dynamics of social struggle from the very beginning. And so it was that quizzedness and strong family that kind of shaped me.
No, Jesse.
What?
Jesse Shea. I have been on the commission for, what was it, May of 2021. So a little over 2.5 years. I've been trying to get on the commission for a lot longer than that. In late 2019, I was being vetted as a mayoral appointee. And so went through a couple meetings with them, Mayor Schaaf. And I think they were getting to having me on city council agenda. And then right around then, pandemic happened. And then I think eventually they shifted and they went with a retired judge, Brenda Harmon-Forte, which if it were me, I would choose former Commissioner Harmon-Forte. I would choose judge over an attorney. So it's, I've been following the commission and going to the meetings and sort of learning about it as much as I can since about 2019. So it's felt a lot longer than 2.5 years.
Are you a selection panel or? are you-
Selection. Yeah. 2021 was alternate commissioner, and then at some point in 2022 was elevated to commissioner. Let's see. Most rewarding moment. One kind of sticks out, which is, y'all remember Killer Robots?
Yes. I'm gonna go ask it.
That was the most, I think the most rewarding, not how it all developed and what happened. Because it all, but I think afterwards, at one point in the middle of the week as we were leading up to making a decision on that particular policy. I got a call from Ben, at the time, it was Lieutenant Joe Turner, who was the policy and publication person at OPD, who called and essentially said, after we had our commission meeting and a whole discussion about the fact that OPD was planning on or wanted to have the ability to arm this robot, and the public response to it, called and said, we've kind of talked about it, over at executive staff, and I think, this one we're gonna let go and just, not arm our robots. And I don't think, and I reflect upon that, and I don't think that would have happened, but for many things. One is the work of those who have been doing this for much longer than me, and the commissioners previously who built the groundwork, the voters of Oakland who said we want community to be a part of what the decisions that the department is making. The particular community members at the time who were very well versed and asked the question, well, can you put a light round into this robot? And sort of the many meetings we had as we poured over policy and the ability of us to go through these policies line by line to figure out these nuances. And sort of just was a culminating moment, because when you look at still, even now, across the state, that question isn't even brought up. Maybe in San Francisco gets brought up about whether or not you can order robots, but no one else, right? And so that was a very rewarding moment that talked about the importance and the strength of having community participation in this process. Let's see. There are a lot of age questions.
Sorry.
If you could,
I just Googled it.
if you could tell your younger self something, what would it be and why? I think for this one, although it doesn't seem, or I think for this one, it's, you should slow down, take your time, right? Because that's when you derive true value, appreciation, and sort of awareness of the things that are going on around. It's taken me a long time to learn that particular piece. I told my younger self a long time ago.
You exercise well in closed session when we are late. I think it is this. Okay, Ricardo.
I'm gonna pass it to Ken. Questions go next.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's what
I
we're
was sure I could go. My name's Angela Jackson Castain. I came to the commission and was sworn in with our vice chair, Commissioner Ordaz, in June of 2022. Similarly to Jesse, which I didn't know about you, I had started to apply to the commission through the selection panel in 2020. So it took me quite a while to get on as well. So it was not an easy feat going through that selection panel process, probably as intense as a lot of us have. But I'm grateful that finally I'm here. So I was alternate until recently. So I feel your pain. And we can always chat about what the alternate role looks like, but still very important. And I would say one of my highlights of being on the commission, well, when I first started, our former chair, the first ad hoc I was placed on was militarized equipment, led by Commissioner Shea. And out of all of the ad hocs, I was like, this is the one that I am the least suited for. I know nothing about the technicalities and mechanics of equipment. Nor do I think I really care that much, honestly. And so I was a little hesitant to be like, how can I contribute to this ad hoc? what impact is it really gonna yield? And it took a lot of our time. Jesse did every, like, no, you're amazing. And we had some really great community members too that were very, very dedicated. And so what I will say, it became a highlight because it was the one probably ad hoc I would have dreaded to be on, but then became like really pivotal for me. And I think the turning point was when we went to the Coliseum and the department actually, in the parking lot of the Open Coliseum, like demonstrated a lot of these robots. So we spent months talking about all the specifics and the mechanics and different reports on them and how other jurisdictions use them. And all of these like technicalities to some degree. A lot of which, like, I'm sitting there in the meeting Googling on the side, like, how does this like flow thing work on that thing? But to see it in action and then also understand how it relates to how we engage with the public, or how the police department engages with the public, how the use of these machines could, the impact that they can have on a person and their life, really it sort of shed a light to me on the importance of the work that we do as a commission, and how the policies that we developed really inform their usage in positive and, to use it in a positive way, and ensure that the negative uses of some of these things do not come into play in our city. So what I thought was gonna be a very horrible, difficult first ad hoc ended up being my favorite one. So I appreciated spending time on that ad hoc. And my secret question is, what do you love most about yourself and why? It's a hard one because I'm a Leo, so it's everything. Way in front I have. I will say, I grew up here in Oakland. And went to public school in Oakland, saw high school, and I commuted back and forth to the city for high school.
With my son.
Yes, the same high school that Chair Peterson's son attended as well. And then I lived a bunch of places, and I was probably left the Bay Area to live like, I don't know, for almost, I'm gonna date myself, like 15 years I was probably gone. And I didn't really intend to move back when I did move back. But I will say the one thing I do love about myself is like my commitment to my family, my friends, and my community. And no matter where I've lived, I've been to like all 6 of the 7 continents maybe. I've always been an Oakland girl.
Yes.
And I'm like literally the definition of Oakland roots. And so I champion our city. I, going to San Francisco every day and just growing up hearing, oh, Oakland's so bad and this, and me like just feeling like, wow, nobody sees like the gem that this city really is and how special it is. And so for me, no matter where I've been, I've always held that. And when I moved back and I saw in the paper, and I spent time being a contractor, and I contracted with the Department of Justice, and I worked with different law enforcement agencies all over the country. And I even worked on setting up other civilian oversight agencies for other jurisdictions. And when I moved back and I was at the YMCA, where I used to like swim as a kid and go to summer camp, and I read in one of our local papers that we were establishing one here, and it was going to be on the ballot in 2016, I think. And I was like, oh, I'm voting for that. And 4 years later, I started to apply. So it kind of is full circle for me. And I think it stems from what I love most about myself is that I have so much love for my family and my community and my friends.
Okay, we're gonna really bring it home.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Commissioners of Community, Ricardo Garcia Acosta. I go by both names. I was a mouthful but really proud of my history, both my folks, my parents. I'm a son of immigrant parents from Mexico, and my mom, and a movement baby. My mother was a social justice activist and organizer, and my dad was a civil rights lawyer. And so, you know, I've always had this in me. And so, you know, one of the things, well, first, I'm the newest commissioner, October 2023. So haven't even made 6 months yet. And actually, that's an interesting story of how I came to the commission, because my whole life or my whole career, and as long as I can remember, actually, just ties into my secret question. I've always been in the center of building like community and police relations. And I've done violence prevention work, both as a leader in the community, also a thought leader in the field. And so when the commission was kind of going through their challenges and having some turnover here and there, and you know, folks kept on getting in my ear about, man, you'd be great to apply, you'd be great to apply. And to be honest with y'all, I was like, no, I don't have time for that, no way. And then the more I kind of kept pushing it away, the more stars kept aligning for me to apply. And so I couldn't really ignore that anymore, right? So I was like, all right, let me throw my hat in and see what happens. First time around, did not get selected. I was a runner-up and by the selection panel. And then I thought, oh, you know what, cool. I gave it my best shot, I tried, and it just didn't work out. Maybe, you know, and I'll be considered maybe, you know, a year or two from now when there's another open seat or something, right? And sure enough, you know, less than probably a month or two later, it's getting a call again, like, hey, there's another vacancy, would you like to be considered again? I was like, well, that's a lot quicker than I anticipated, but yes, let's do this. Let's strike while the iron's hot. Was selected. It was a surreal moment for me. And since I've been new, there hasn't been a lot of like major wins and memorable moments. I'm getting inspired by hearing some of the history and ones that you all had collectively. And so for me, one thing that was really memorable was one, just being selected, because it was a surreal feeling. Like, I don't let people like me look like me and talk like me on these type of bodies. So there was a little bit of like self-doubt and imposter syndrome there, right? And then as I started to get my feet wet, jump right into the fire, over the first, I would say 2-3 months, we have my day job, my youth, my organization, we do youth leadership development and organizing with young people. And so I got a chance to present to one of our youth leadership development cohorts about the police commission, about the work that we do, my new role as a alternate commissioner. And the questions these young people had just about like our functions and how do you report and oh, I need to know about this or that. It really solidified for me some of my purpose of being able to bring this type of information to the community. And within, I would say the subsequent, you know, the following weeks after that presentation, I had young people come into my office like, hey, you know, my cousin got beat up in San Leandro, my other cousin got beat up in Hayward, and like all this just access to information that they didn't know what to do with it. And now having somebody that they trusted as an ally and as a conduit to being able to support them has really opened up my eyes in terms of like, okay, cool, I'm where I need to be at. So I really look forward to learning more, reading all this, jumping out in, and being a team player. And I want to thank Vice Chair and Chair as well, both of all, because as I was gearing up to apply and trying to join this commission, I feel actually kind of fortunate because I feel like I was selected rather quickly. Hearing some of y'all's stories. I was also in a way mortified, and I was like, oh my God, what am I joining? There's just nothing's getting done. What's going on? And by the time I sat down on the dais for the first time and joined this body, the whole culture had completely shifted. And I had a sigh of relief from just internally to be able to say, you know what, I could do this. This is going to be worth my time, and we are going to be able to get stuff done for the city of Oakland. So really appreciated that. I want to call that out and leave that. And then on to my secret question. What is your earliest memory? And that is a really hard one. I don't even know what I ate for breakfast a couple of days. So I was thinking about this. I was really trying to like jam my mind, but I thought I'd tie it into kind of my story, the theme of conocimiento about myself. My earliest memory of knowing that I was built for community and police relations is, as I mentioned, my mom was a social justice organizer. She worked with an organization called the Vencedemos back in the 80s and 90s, where they would do solidarity work and take people out to Cuba to take clothes and food and do actually work in the fields and do solidarity work with farm workers out there. And every meeting that we had, either at my house or at one of our colleagues' houses, there was always this white van parked out front. And my mom started showing me that she was like, check this out. Every time we have meetings, it's the same white van parked in front, right? And so I quickly learned that we were being monitored, right, by probably FBI or, you know, some type of federal agents, right, because of the work that we're doing. And I must have been like, I don't know, maybe 7, 8 years old, and I couldn't understand why a group of volunteers that were coming out of their own pocket to go take food and clothes and go work in fields in solidarity with other poor people around the world, why they were being surveilled by our federal government, right? And for the first time, I started thinking, there's a disconnect here. How are people that are trying to do good, how are they being considered enemies? I see my Black Panther t-shirts over here, right? And so, of course, that opened up a whole world of just COINTELPRO and learning about that stuff. And I always thought to myself, there has to be some type of reconciliation, type of middle point where we could change things, where we could all both see things for the better, right? And how do we stop being us versus them and all get on the same page and actually change the norms of society, change the way we look at things? And we have so much work to do. We know that it's an uphill battle, but we've made so much progress now. And I think just being on a body like this with this type of civilian oversight, asking hard questions, and really making sure that our police department is operating under not only the best practices, but also, you know, following the law and being responsible and accountable to the community, and us were like the vehicle to that. So I'm just really blessed to be here and to be able to continue all that work from a kid to now being able to try to bridge these worlds. Thanks, check.
All right, well, I am last. My government name is Kareli Ordaz. And I say that really to honor my parents and the generations that came before them. I usually just go with Ordaz because it's all too complicated for people to say, and it's always like, what? And it's so, but that's really who I am, Ordaz. And I've been on this commission the same as our commissioner, June 2022. So it's about to be 2 years in the summer. It really feels like 5, frankly, just because the work and the time and the energy, especially when things were not going very well. In terms of rewarding moment, I have to admit, I feel like it's a rewarding season since we've stepped into this role, and I know I'm biased, so if you disagree, that's fine too. But, you know, I think that in order for us to operate as a body, we need to get along and come from a place of understanding and listening to one another. And since I got on the commission, it felt like we were just fighting with each other, and it wasn't productive to the work. So, and I was also an alternate, so there was only so much that I could say and do. But now, one being as a regular commission and also, serving as the vice chair, I really feel like we're turning the tide on what this body is and what we can do together. There's still a lot of challenges and a whole lot that we have to work through, but I think it starts here with us. And even being at this retreat is rewarding because the last retreat was just not effective, and I don't think we ever really tied, things back to what we were supposed to do. So being here, I feel really blessed to be with you all and excited about what we're going to be doing together as a team. The other really rewarding moment that I think we all kind of looked past because I think we haven't really taken the time to understand is that we, for the first time, the CPRA has sustained a racial profiling case.
Yeah.
First time. That's crazy. And I am very proud that was us, really asking the hard questions and not taking OPD's position and what they were trying to sell us. So I'm really proud of that, and I actually think that we should lead with that wherever we step into, and definitely should be part of our 2024 impact report to show how we're really trying to turn the tides on things. My question is, what is your superpower? I think for me, because of who I am And for those of you who don't know, I'm an immigrant. I came to the US when I was 4 with my parents. And I still remember, being in Mexico. So, and I remember the journey coming to the US. I think I've been, because of the nature of who I am, in very tense situations with a lot of pressure, whether that's as a child, growing up in Fruitvale, or, as an undocumented person, there's a lot of challenges that come along with that. And I think that I've been able to navigate it with calmness. I think my superpower is staying calm during difficult situations. That doesn't say I don't get stressed out. I still get stressed out. I still, feel anxious, but when it's time to go, I'm gonna be there, and I try to stay focused in what I'm tasked with, regardless of what the pressure that's happening around me, and I think that's my superpower.
Good, good.
Well, here's bringing home.
Yes.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Micah.
Okay, so you had a great point, Corelli. You talked about season. And I think I'll start there for me. My name is Micah Montgomery, and I am the brand new Chief of Staff for the Police Commission. And I started the last day of November, so very new. Not only am I new to this role, I'm new to the public sector. I'm from the private sector, and I was in the private sector for over 25 years, and it is very different. It is very different. And so just making the transition there and understanding that it's a new season in where I'm trying to go, or what am I trying to do at this point in my life, right? What I've been able to notice is that the skill sets that I believe in God, so I'm just gonna say, so the skill sets that I have been granted or graced with, not understanding why in every aspect of my life. In this moment, I'm able to tap into it. Like, oh my gosh, I didn't even learn that there. I learned that from my own business, right? I am an advocate. I am an artist. I am an author. I wrote a book several years ago called Justice and Liberty, Do You See Me? It is a book about a little African-American boy who is having a conversation with a police officer and sharing with the police officer how he sees his world. And the police officer speaks to the little boy and says, I hear you and I see you. And he vows to do his part to make that a reality for him. Now, I mentioned that book before to you now, because I had no idea I would be working for the police commission. I mean, I had no idea. I was like, I don't know anything about what is this all about? So just the alignment in the journey has been ordained. And so I will lean into, what is your favorite thing about yourself and why? And I would say it is the flexibility, the willingness to accept those things that are new and understand, instead of like Corelli was talking about being calm, things happen. And when they happen, that's all they do. They happen. But who am I as it relates to that? And who do I want to be as it relates to that? And so it's helping me build character, even stronger character. It's helping me grow spiritually. It's helping me grow personally. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity. So yeah, I get stressed out. I do. But who am I in that process, right? Calm down. We'll get it together. If that doesn't happen, so what? We will make it do what it do, right? So I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for the opportunity.
Count for joy when you fall.
That's right.
Congratulations.
That's right.
What was your favorite?
And then Tweet.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Tweet Nguyen. I have the distinct pleasure of being your commission counsel. When the law firm recruited me in 2022, they gave me several reasons, but when they said you could support the Oakland Police Commission, they have me at the Oakland Police Commission. It's been a pleasure serving you. I been doing a lot of racial equity work, school desegregation work. For instance, I was on the court monitoring team for San Francisco Unified School Desegregation Consent Decree, helped with Berkeley Unified, Stockton, San Jose, et cetera. And so the work that you're doing, I very much applaud and just admire each and every one of you, past and present, quite frankly, for all the work that you have done to get us to where we're at. My question is, who was the most influential person in your childhood and why? It was actually, the moment I forgot to say what was a good moment, a memorable moment of serving you on the commission. And quite frankly, a lot of it I can't say due to attorney-client privilege. But the one is actually when I saw Councilmember Noel Gallo come to the meeting, because I was on the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education as a student representative for the entire district, but I was at Castlemont High School at the time. And to see him and for him to see me still supporting Oakland gave it a good moment of said, Director Noel Gallo, now Councilmember Noel Gallo, we're still doing the work for the city. The most influential person in your childhood and why? I actually am a Vietnamese refugee. My family and I fled communist Vietnam, and we lived in a refugee village community in New Orleans. And an influential person was actually a nun who saw the rambunctious me and said, you have leadership potential, you need to be this and that. And she was so influential that I actually was going to be a nun to follow in her stead. But instead, obviously I'm not, but to follow in her stead, to still look at potential in people, especially young people. So thank you for considering me the team to still answer the question. Thank you.
So with that, I also want to just acknowledge that we do have a couple members of our community attending in person. So I want to thank you for your interest in the Police Commission, for continuing to support us. Your presence is much appreciated. And maybe we'll take a 2-minute bathroom break, and then we are going to jump into some legal mandates.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane, you can see it okay?
No, I
Okay.
couldn't figure out this exactly.
Oh.
Maybe that is better, okay.
I've been trying to see if it's.
Yeah, no, it's just so out there, yeah.
So as we work on our, this afternoon, when we work on our vision and mission and our goals, I thought this part was really important just to help ensure that we are capturing our legal mandates in that work for this afternoon. So she's graciously decided to provide us a brief presentation on some of the high-level aspects of the municipal code and the charter, so that we're clear about our duties and responsibilities. And that it will be reflected in our goals later today as we work on those.
Yes, sweet.
Well, we should be referencing. and
Yes, so in your big binder,
Which
the white one, you will have the actual measure LL and S1 in there. So you are more than happy to read the entirety of the legal text. But she's gonna provide us a summary.
And I'll provide a copy, if you also want the PowerPoint in your binder, then our chief of staff can make that available.
Okay,
Put it in your binder. All right, well, good morning. Again, my goal today is actually to finish and still say good morning to you. In other words, before 12 o'clock, we should be done with this portion. We are back by popular demand, or at least by the retreat chair demand, to come back and present to you just what are the charter requirements that you want to anchor your work in. It's because it's the charter that brought you into existence, and so it's a charter that is your gold star. So what are the commission's duties under the city charter and the Oakland Municipal Code? So that's part one. I know this slide was a little bit interesting. And do you mind pushing it a little bit so that we can see the side? See, thank you. And then two is the NSA task, particularly by charter and by court invitation, with the question of what next steps should the commission consider if the city of Oakland stays on track with sustainability and court oversight. And so the first part, in terms of your charter and municipal code, this may look familiar to you. I brushed it up. It was from your retreat in October, November of 2022. And I brushed it up a little bit and people found it very helpful. And it's divided into sort of three chunks. So this is the first chunk. And then the second one I'll show you is around your annual duties and base types of duties. So let's go back with the first one. This is your general continuous duties and functions, right? I'm gonna just quick highlights. Obviously you oversee OPD, CIFRA, oversee OIG. There are elements with regards to, for instance, here's one that you're working on. Determine the number of existing CIFRA staff who would work at a street level or ground level floor visible office that is accessible by public and transportation. So some of you may be wondering, why is the CIFRA director mentioning about, a street level, and then you are actually even thinking above that, or unintended above that, beyond that, to actually be even in the community, right? So you're even going beyond what the municipal code requires, but minimally the code speaks to this requirement of being accessible to the public, and that's what the spirit of what you're taking into. The OIG, in terms of advising the OIG on various things, propose policies and modify existing policies, and having the ability to approve and reject those police department policies. Commissioner Jackson mentioned earlier how her first policy and her highlight policy about 6 years ago kind of set the standard for how that relationship is moving forward in terms of working with the police department. Thank you, Commissioner Jackson, for giving us some lens on that, because the law can be one thing, but just how the practice comes into play, I think was very telling. So thank you. Another is, for instance, this one is interesting, maintain, update bylaws. So there's, as you know, the city has proposed some revisions to the municipal code, and they have language such as the rules of procedures. And so now there's all this nomenclature kind of circulating, rules of procedure, bylaws, rules of order, which you do have. And so at one point, there does need to be some reconciling of all of that. And what does that mean? Is it one thing, bylaws that includes everything, or what have you? Yes, ma'am.
So the rules and procedures for the commission and its operations?
Yes.
Or our quote unquote direct reports, or both?
It could be both, right? So there's been, again, that's part of this, the decision point and envisioning that the enabling ordinance ad hoc is trying to do, because the city, the code has bylaws.
Right.
What you have already is quote unquote rules of order. Arguably, and your lawyer will argue for you, that is the bylaw, right? But there's now the city proposing initiating changes using the term rules of procedures, right? And so suggesting as though it may be something different, that's up to you. Some would argue, and I would argue too, that that's your rules of order, right? But maybe it needs to be expanded. So the rules of order could speak to relationship with the super director, relationship with the IG.
Okay.
The rules of order could go beyond, the rules of order right now, I would say 80% of it is about how you conduct business in terms of
Sorry.
meetings. Yes,
Point of clarification. The rules of order you're not referring to as in Robert's rules of order, you're talking about commission rules.
that's right.
Okay.
Written commission orders,
Yes.
right? And in there, it speaks, I would say probably 80%, don't quote me on it, but 80% is about how you conduct your meetings. But there are also a few other items in there around how you conduct yourself, how, the role of the chair, the role of the vice chair, et cetera. So could it be expanded to include your relationship with your direct reports? Yes. Could it be expanded to include various procedures around, just how to make some of the municipal code requirements come alive, right? And have it in your rules of order / bylaw / rules of procedure. So but that's all up to you, how you want to define. This is your nomenclature, but the city did kind of bring in that nomenclature of rules of procedure. Okay, so, but again, you can create your own lexicon on this, yes.
And so when we talk about the enabling ordinance, which is now under edits, if you will, and we are thinking that once that is completed, there may be some significant changes in order for our rules, or our rules. And I'll give you an example of some things that might need changing.
Mhm.
They have a long list of what the chair is supposed to do.
Mhm.
And then it only says, and the vice chair will do what the chair does.
Right.
In her
In her absence. And it's like, well, if you don't have a relationship with the vice chair that allows the vice chair to know what the chair does, where the chair goes, what the meetings are, what the status of things are, then the vice chair is left without a roadmap. And so some things need to change. We're discussion about what does it mean to oversee or to provide supervision or even evaluate the work of our direct reports. What does that look like? So there's some work we can do, and it might require us to bring in a consultant or some expert who knows about oversight and with our structure that does not allow for an executive director, but puts us at the director, executive director level and our reports come to us, how does that work with 7 active and 2 alternate voices? So it's a dynamic space right now. It's an exciting space for us to be in as we maybe redefine what needs to be done.
I just wanted to add to, the chair's commentary. Over the years, from the beginning, there were some practices that had been established that had continued. But they were not formalized in writing. And so those are some of the opportunities to clarify things like, do both the chair and vice chair meet with people or go places as opposed to just one or just the other? And it's of critical importance because, you know, chairs can turn over once a year. And what you want to make way for is other commissioners to be able to follow not just the things that are happening in the meetings, but the things that happen behind the scenes, which often either can't be shared or can only be shared by, you know, with, I don't know, we have our chair, whatever. And you want people to be prepared to take over leadership. But they can't be, yes, succession planning. But if you don't bring them along the way, then it's such an extraordinary lift. So,
And the chair has also left in place the rules ad hoc committee. So the goal is with some clarity and finality or close to finality with regards to the enabling ordinance ad hoc work, then the rules committee, the rules ad hoc committee can start picking up and being able to memorialize practices that are already in place, or you know, maybe even memorialize some of the city initiated proposals and not have that be in the municipal code ordinance, but be in the rules, so that's within the purview of the commission. So there's a step process that the chair has put in place through the ad hoc process. All right, okay, all right. Now, actually, let me quickly go back to this one. Again, these are your continuous duties, you know, ongoing continuous duties. One of it is the city attorney is required to submit a semi-annual report to the commission. And you've heard some of that with regards to the office of the city attorney's office making the presentation. And in there, it specifically talks about what are some of the things that they're supposed to report in that. But that again is the floor, not the ceiling. So obviously, as a commission, you could request for more as it's appropriate. Okay, so then your next one I have here is the annual duties, and then the incident base, certain depending on the incident. So here are your annual duties. I separated into 2 parts. So one is obviously you are required to evaluate the chief, the SIPR director, and the IG. There's some nuances with regards to how their evaluations are done, but I'll leave it at that because that is also part of the conversation with the city initiated changes to the ordinance. One is also that at least twice a year, you're supposed to hold a regular scheduled meeting in a location outside of City Hall, agendized 10 days in advance. And it's the goal, obviously, from this, as you can tell, is to get the commission out in the community.
And this meeting doesn't qualify because it's a special meeting.
Right, exactly. It's a special meeting. And actually, if you look at the code, there are even more nuances around requirements of having a community roundtable and who should be invited to the community roundtable, faith-based organizations, formerly incarcerated folks if possible, things like youth groups, etc. So it goes a little bit more into detail about what constitutes that community meeting.
Can that be, for our second phase, can that be considered
If it's
that?
a regular meeting, absolutely.
Yeah.
So it still has to be in the evening.
Yeah, Thursday evening.
Yeah, okay.
But we have had one in the community already, that was done.
But that was
Yeah,
last
we were, yeah, but I'm just wondering, because, I mean, for the second phase, that's kind of like our
Well,
intent.
I know that there's one,
Round
there's
table.
one space
Yeah,
that is ready, willing, and able
Yes.
to accommodate us whenever.
but that wouldn't count as one of these meetings then.
It would, if it's a regular meeting,
It just needs to be at the regular meeting time.
yes.
So
And-
not like a full day, second part of our meeting. Got it.
And your thinking is exactly the thinking that the chief of staff and I are having with our chair around, some of these requirements are not just like standalone requirements, they could be combined types of requirements, so like hearing around the budget, et cetera, could be done in part with the meeting, it's things like that. So there's been some effort to try to see if we could, because you have a lot, and not to consider each of these requirements as standalone, but to see if there could be some synergy and combination.
Yeah, so we could do a budget
Training.
hearing at the same time as a regular meeting with a community roundtable
Could be.
in the community.
In the
Three
community.
things at once.
That's right,
And
that's what we
could
were
also
talking
have
about.
Training that's supposed to be,
Yeah.
It could be a budget training.
What,
We have, it could be a
really,
budget.
really? Okay, so one of your training requirements is that you're supposed to be trained on the charter and the municipal code, et cetera.
Okay.
If you're trying to let the community and, Commissioner, Ricardo Garcia Acosta has mentioned how he spoke with the youth group, right? And they were like, oh, wow, you did it. So imagine you're getting trained on what the charter requirements are and the community gets to hear it at the same time.
Yeah.
So, just, you can create synergy, in some of these things, okay?
Just opportunities.
Safe. Okay, so this part, and, two of you, Commissioner Shea, who, so well, chaired the militarized equipment, ad hoc, and, Commissioner Jackson Castillo, you had served on it, and it was a highlight for you. There is also a municipal code requirement around the commission playing a role in that, and that's why you took it up. Now, in terms of budget cycles, there are these various ones. I just want to do some quick highlights because this is such a critical section right here around budget, right? Is that the commission is supposed to review and comment on education and training regarding job-related stress and PTSD signs. And symptoms for sworn officers, right? You have that role. You're required to prepare a job-related stress proposed budget for the mayor by April 15th of each year. Okay, and OPD. All
So
of
we're supposed to make sure that OPD does this, or we do it?
No, commission does it,
Okay.
but the one smart thing that you could do is you piggyback from OPD,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, yes.
So you identified a bunch of pieces that they overarchingly refer to as wellness. In terms of specifically, us weighing in on wellness.
Right.
We have had OPD present to us in, full meeting about what it is that they're doing so that we could ask questions and things like that. So it doesn't have to be a thing all by itself. It can be part of the.
And we just met the new director at the last meeting. I think his name was Mitchell or.
Doctor, it wasn't good, but anyway,
Yeah,
it's my notes.
so,
I have a question about
yes,
that
yes,
because
sir.
OPD is putting together its budget right now in order to submit it to the city manager's office. I presume in OPD's budget.
Yeah.
They're also presenting a budget for the stress part of it,
Yes.
which will be done before April.
Yes.
And so how are we gonna have any input in that
Yes.
if we have to wait till
Right, so.
April?
So the code speaks to the what you're supposed to do, and how you do it is, based on your leadership in terms of your chair, your chief of staff, trying to stagger this out and figure out how it can be done. And there's several ways it can be done. One is much more formalistic style where you could potentially get in there even before OPD creates that budget on that, and you're part of an ad hoc, let's say, but that's a lot of work, right? There's also the other end of the spectrum, right? And that spectrum is what Commissioner Jackson talked about, right? Where they are invited to come to a commission meeting, they speak about the issues and the needs, they speak to the budget on it, and the commission says, we agree, we support, we send a communication to the mayor and the city council supporting the budget you propose. Or you can push during that meeting and say, have you considered this or that? Instead of having an outside contractor on this, as a therapist, would you consider having someone more in-house? How's your recruiting process? Is it diverse? Blah, 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 et cetera. Not blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. So, you can go. So it's a full spectrum of the how, right? But this is the what you're supposed to do.
Okay, so having heard from Dr. Rochelle Nettles, and I apologize that I misstated her name, and she reported on the 24/7 grab and go, emotional health, mental health, substance abuse, financial wellness and resiliency. She's developing peer support wellness center at Eastmont. She's proposing the health and wellness fair coming up this spring, and post-educational wellness program, and she's certified to teach. So I don't know if that, I don't want to say checks a box.
Well, there were no comments about the cost.
Yeah.
Right, there's a check on the top, right? A semi-check,
Yeah,
right, on the top. And then there's the budget part to it,
Okay.
the second part.
so we need to get with so does that mean we need to, cause like her role, is she full-time with the department? So like her role is like a line item in their budget, which would then in effect,
Right.
yeah, cover part two, as long as we're like aware and in agreement with that line item, and then whatever trainings she's taken too, because I'm sure that's part of the
Right, so we
budget.
need to put up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility, you can still couple it, even though it's a check or semi-check already with the top one. You can still couple it with the budget, part of it. And, obviously, there's a lot going on around morale and stress with the department in light of the death of the officer, in light of CHP coming in, there's just a lot of notions. And so, you may want to lean on that a little bit more, so, okay? All right. Let's see if I covered.
This is very helpful to you, thank you.
Oh, good, I'm so glad. It will go beyond morning, if that's okay. Okay, so let's look at the incident part. Obviously, your, the subpoenas, issuing lawful subpoenas, hiring removal authority of your direct reports, et cetera. And this one, the incident, serious incident, which is a big one, right? And even the city is chiming in with its initiated proposal on that. Okay.
One question,
Yes.
so initiating lawful subpoenas
Yeah,
does not include the enforcement of those subpoenas though.
right, so your code your charter currently has an ability for you to issue contempt of not complying with a subpoena, and arguably a potential around its enforcement.
But that's through OCA, right?
That's a question for later.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, all right.
So.
So,
Being that, Micah,
yes,
because we're right.
okay, we're good.
Venus
Okay.
right now.
Okay, all right. So, obviously the question becomes, how are you implementing these duties, these functions,
Thank
these
you.
charters, right? You're obviously doing it from your agenda with the commission meeting. But the other way you're doing it is through your ad hocs, right? So you have special ad hocs like the militarized equipment ad hoc, et cetera, right? Another way that the chair has asked me to look into is with regards to how OPD does its report to you at meetings. So at commission meetings, the chair had asked, how can we improve the method and the way they come and report to you? And so my thought process is to have a template for them and show them give them a framework, right? Of how, when you come and report to us, this is what we want to hear from you, right? And what is we want to hear from you? What we want to hear from you is what is required of us from you, right? So for instance, so this is our template. This is just the cover of it. I noted the charter listed, because it says that you oversee, the Oakland Police Department, in order to ensure policies, practices, customs conform to national standards of constitutional policing. So constitutional policing matters. I listed what is in your charter and municipal code that has been identified: use of force, review boards, profiling, First Amendment issues, militarized equipment, and elements related to the MSA. Okay, so yes, ma'am. I love this, by the way.
I appreciate the template. I know that over the years, we have asked that the chief provide a report in writing. The template, and it hasn't happened, the template is a great guidance, but I want to ensure that they don't report narratively against the template, but we still don't have anything in writing.
So one of the things you could do is the template guides them for the oral report, but before they do the oral report, they submit it to you and the chief of staff can put it in the agenda as a backup. So, it's almost like a version of a PowerPoint presentation, but posted, and they fill out the template. Right, so you could have that, so that it's both written and it gives you a heads up, what are they gonna address in their opening?
Yeah, because too often they're giving us the same report they are giving to council or public safety. And that's not our lane, and so we're missing the things that they should be. So we're trying to make sure that they focus on.
So what are you missing? So as I go through this, think of what this is the first read today, okay? Like just your first read, and we anticipate posting the template on the March 14th agenda for you to actually make any tweaks, feedback on it, and vote on it, so that it becomes a formal way of how OPD requests you, both formal presentation and formal written presentation. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Is there a section on there? We have had numerous times during the presentation, community members ask critical questions or make critical requests. Let's say that there's a number, but not like a data set or something like that. And then the next time they're supposed to come back and they've forgotten that.
Okay.
So what I wanted to ask is if there's a section where we can add. Okay.
Yes, hold me to it, okay, but check
And I do
chew it
want to
up
say
here.
that we meet with the police chief, Corelli and I, the Friday after the meeting, and we bring up exactly those points, Regina. We want you to come back and talk about this. We want you to talk about that.
Right.
And this will help formalize that.
So the first category is the NSA task itself. I mean, when was the last time you heard from OPD, how are you doing on the NSA task, right? Quite frankly.
Question.
Yeah, so, yes.
There is still an NSA ad hoc, correct?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no?
Yes, there is, because June,
We haven't heard from them recently, and that's my question. There hasn't been any conversation, from,
I
at
think,
least I can tell from the police chief.
I
that they
think
don't have internal.
we've been kind of waiting for that next step that the judge.
Yeah, and remember,
That's fine, I'm just wondering.
and the NSA task force, was focused very much on the filing, right, for the court, right? But what this is that and then some, right? So what this is actually how are you doing on the task, right? How are you doing on task 45? How are you doing on task 5? And I don't want you to just talk to the court about it. We want you as a commission to talk to the commission about it, right? And so that we can ask you questions around how is your discipline racial disparity? How You see where I'm going? So it's specific to the task. It's not about the filing for the court,
Good.
okay? And then, second one, policies related to, constitutional policing matters, and this is policy focused, so I just list some examples of policies. And you'll notice right here, it says recommendation for commission hearing. Your municipal code has it for you to conduct, a hearing on a policy related to the department once a year, right? So instead of having, you can decide yourself, obviously, what that policy should be. But I thought I'd go ahead and put it in and I'd get their recommendation. What do they recommend should be the policy? And you can decide whether that's the policy you want a hearing on, okay? Next is other policies, and their status, okay? The budget, so, they often do come to you around the budget, but very specific around the academy recruits and just how many staffing, how many are on leave, et cetera. So if you still would like that, the way, I'm putting it under an umbrella, a larger umbrella, so that it's just not just spouting, like this stuff, but it's within the larger umbrella of your task of looking at the budget for the department. So you get context when you get this information in. Yes.
I actually prefer that it's broken out. So as long as within the whole,
Mhm.
there is a breakdown.
Yeah.
Then that's good, because, when we hear that, I don't know, 10% of our senior officers are eligible to retire. That's not are going to retire, but it gives you a sense that you're going to lose a substantial number of not just officers, but seasoned officers. And that's the question I've been asking for a couple of years, is how are we capturing the experiential learning of the officers? Because an exit interview does not do that. And so I believe that they have started a platform to try and capture that. But understanding what that platform looks like, how it's implemented. I mean, we have police reports that sometimes take months to process, and they're overwhelmed in every area. But this is one that you can't get back. You can't say, oh, I realize you retired last Friday, but we want to bring you back to talk about this. That won't work.
One of the challenges with many things, because OPD is a big enterprise, right? It's a big entity, and there's a lot of things, and there's that element of micromanaging, you want to be very careful about those types of things. But if you put it within the context of your charter requirement, and your charter requirement is that you get to chime in on the budget, right? So all of this, if it's within that context, then that's where they can see why it's important that you want to hear about retirements, how staffing going, et cetera, because you're chiming in on their budget. Okay, all right. The annual police report, rules and procedures regarding mediation and resolution of complaints. I made it a standalone because it's a standalone municipal code requirement. There's something around department data sets. I don't have a lot of visibility on this, but nevertheless, it's a code requirement, so I went ahead and put it. And considering how many of your, if not all, of your candidates for police chief made mention of data, et cetera, this would be very interesting, just to even get some visibility on that.
So I think that one is, that's an ad hoc that I would love for us to have, maybe put it on our radar for the next round. But I think that's like, also, it's sort of, I think the code, I don't have exactly the right now, but it empowers us to ask for certain data sets.
Yep.
And for them to be obligated to release it to us. And so the data that they've been reporting are just like crime stats, but we do get a lot of questions from the public around like normalizing some of the statistics by population, so we can have a better understanding of context around the data and what that actually means. And
Clearance.
yeah, and exactly, clearance rates, all of those things. And they did have Dr., oh, I forget her name now.
Everhart?
No,
A risk
Rosen.
management person.
Oh, that, yeah. the
She
other
was
person.
a data analyst or something like that, but I mean, that could also, I don't know if it also might blend over into budget too, because I just don't know how resourced they are to do the analytics that, I mean, are not really difficult, but I don't know that they have any data person since that last, later, oh, they do.
Remember that person came to the community forum meeting?
That was the risk management.
Oh, yeah, they do have a new one.
Oh,
But
but
I think it's just her.
Yeah, but Dr. Grossman was the last one.
Grossman is the name of it.
Yeah, and so
She's
she's
the-
no longer there, yeah, now I remember. And so she was in charge of that, so I think they need to have an actual unit or department of at least, you know, two
But
analysts.
my complaint to her, was that the statistics were gathered and presented in such a way for the public safety
Right.
committee of the city council that weren't tailored to what we're trying to get to in the work that we do in oversight. And so we're just not getting what we need, and we're not honing on what our role is. So hopefully,
To that point, I think that Tweet's point of creating the template so that you give them, here's what we're trying to get.
absolutely.
And because the interpretation is oftentimes where it gets lost.
Yeah, which is why I asked you to do this.
Yes,
So it's
and-
great
And
that
then,
we're having this
On that
discussion.
point, do we wanna have a template for CPRA and OIG?
Yeah,
Yes,
it
be
can.
consistent.
It
Yeah.
can,
And I
but,
think we
you know,
should, after we get this
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah.
Vote on
Once
this
we
one,
figure
Mark.
out who we are, what we do and how we do it, yeah.
Yeah, just a quick comment on the data set one. The court in the last, case management conference did inquire with OPD around the, risk management meetings. And that's where they are presenting this data and shifting how tactically they do things as a result of these data that are driven during risk management meetings. And so, you know, if the court is really kind of leaning in on those risk management meetings as a real key, sort of critical point of oversight, of court oversight and turning the corner for the department, and knowing that the municipal code has requirements that you get to have of the commission, of the department, this actually may be, another important critical role the commission plays
Yeah.
vis-a-vis making sure that the department is, following the MSA and the oversight and so forth. You know, I won't belabor it more, but you get the hint that there's some interesting, merging of these issues coming into a commission-specific role.
This is our moment.
Yep, this is your moment. So, status of submitting records, files, this is, you know, F2 requests, it's just like, where are you doing? When are we gonna get your records that we've made a request of? Record reporting to the California Department of Justice. This is not in the code, but quite frankly, I put it in there because, or the charter, but I put it in here because, the department actually is required to submit certain reports to the California Department of Justice. Some of those reports include demographics on stop data, report on incidents of shooting and use of force. Wouldn't you want that too?
There's also data on clearance rates.
Clearance
Yeah,
rates,
That just came
all
up
these things,
in a very bad report.
right? Right,
And
so.
that they pulled from the DOJ, not directly from OPD.
So if they're doing that, why don't you have them also always copy you as a commission?
And then we should be able to communicate with them, like, okay, so if you have demographics stop data,
Different from us.
and they're like, oh, you know, it's been declining, we stopped 100 black people last
Yeah.
month, and now we're stopping 50 people.
Yeah,
But it could also mean that like a whole bunch of black people moved to another state or something like that, so like the population of black people went down. And so that's not really telling us that there's less stops. and that they're improving their policies or practices, it's just saying that there's a sheer number that we're reducing, it could be a reduction in the availability of people to stop.
Yeah, and you could,
So-
yeah, you could
That's why we need
always,
to have like that, yeah.
you could always have them report the data in a certain way to you. So what's the percentage among the Black population and the percentage among the
Exactly.
Latino population and the
Right.
percentage?
It has to be
And then
normalized
all the
demographic.
different
That's
size.
what Sada has always asked, said, what about the white people?
Yeah, and
Right.
all of that, all
All of them,
But
yeah.
what happens is when they do the full circle pie, and then they show the percentage, and if your denominator is decreased, then
Right.
your numerator. So, yes.
But it's not just the data, though, we also want to understand why, because to Angela's
Yes.
point, if people moved out of the city, that doesn't mean that your process is actually
There's a
better.
way
That's right, that's right. That's right. And
And
this,
that's why those sheer numbers.
Not helpful.
Yeah, they're not helping.
okay, so so another example with the stop data is because of the new law regarding the stops, and that you have to now say why
Yeah.
you're stopping them, et cetera. And so the data also requires identifying the why. So why are the stops being made, et cetera. So, we all know about pretextual stops, right? And racial profiling, and this is something that commission is interested. So it's one of many examples. I gave two just for the department to see what we're talking about, that Commissioner Shea mentioned and others, right? Okay, so new laws affecting. So one example is the excited delirium, right? So these are new laws. You need to alert us, right? We shouldn't just be telling our legal counsel at the beginning of the year to give us what the new laws. You should be alerting us, department. You should be alerting us what new laws are coming on board that we need to know about. And more importantly, what's our role, being the commission's role in that new policy? Are we expected to approve it? And if so, what's your timeline of when we will be approving it? So honestly, I went ahead and put April 2024 in there, right, as an example, a date, a month, right, certain, so that our chief of staff can also be ready for it. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then, any commission, Commissioner Jackson, you asked the question. So any commission request made by majority of the vote of commission, charter language. So if we had asked you to give this back to, give us, and you said you will come back and let us know, this is the pot, the place where you give us an update, what happened?
Do we
So
have
to-
to, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, so to the language there,
Yes.
if a community member makes a request, we like that request, then we must vote
Yes, that's.
on having them respond as opposed to the just
Gotcha.
through the chair. Do we also then have to vote? Is that what that's saying?
This is now your procedurally, what you want to do with that, right? We could, the reason why I put this here with the majority vote is, it's because it's the charter language says that, right?
Okay.
But there's no reason why we couldn't have a slash or any request, right?
Okay.
Or any request that the department has agreed to give, right? So many times the community says, and then, you got the department people saying, yeah, we'll come back. If you agree to it, even though we didn't do a majority vote, you
Right.
agree to it,
Okay.
you better come back.
Well,
So
Maybe
we
we
can do it.
should vote on
Yeah,
some things.
or either we delegate it to the chair and vice chair, because we do these heavy duty agenda preparation meetings with Tweed and Micah and gathering information. I don't know if we always have the luxury of coming back and saying, hey, do you want a majority vote on whether we do this as a result of a request by someone in the
So
To
community?
your point, but if Micah is keeping track of it, then that goes into your Friday meeting with the chief. So he's reminded right after the agreement.
Right,
And then if
But
it
it
isn't
requires a
covered in
cover-
the next commission meeting, then that's when Micah texts you and says,
I understand what you're saying, but
Chair, there is actually an opportunity also with the second one, report from the department via the city administrator or designee. And I read or designee being the police chief, but there could be others, but police chief, issued, identified by the commission through the chair. Right, so these two could capture it. It may not fully capture when a community member requests it, but that's nothing where if you follow up on that, right, as chair, that you'll be able to then make it officially your request also. Because quite
I'm not trying
frankly,
to
all,
delay what our response is, like,
Right.
if somebody asked this a meeting or two ago, and boom, 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 and then now we're coming back from that, you know, because we have to now take a vote, and the majority of the commission agrees to having that question be answered. It's a kind of.
yeah, there's no doubt the chair has that ability, and quite frankly, when the community asks questions, it's technically through the chair, right? So
And that's
I've
what
been
we
like in pain with that back and forth, et cetera.
Lord
It's nice,
knows
it's
I am.
dynamic, but you know, et cetera. So it's technically all through the chair, actually. So, okay, but we got room there. And then I threw into just some others. How are things going with collaboration with the OIG, the CIPRA, any others? And then next steps, you know, give us a heads up, a preview of the next time. All right, I am, how much time? I went, yeah, this is great dynamic. It sounds like you're enjoying it, but I want to be mindful.
Can we do like 7 minutes?
7 minutes? Okay, all right, we're speeding through this then. Okay, so that part I talked to you about your charter requirements, your municipal code duty requirements, right? Now, let's focus on the NSA task. As you know, NSA being the negotiated settlement agreement. You are, I sometimes I hear from community members, I've heard it less now, but before I've heard, why is the commission involved in the court oversight issue? What is it, you know, no, you're involved for 2 reasons. One, the charter says so. And then 2 is the court, as of last year, invited the commission actually to now, yes.
It didn't quite go that way.
Oh,
So, as chair, I worked with the city attorney's office to find out if we could in fact have either a verbal or a written addendum to the city's NSA report outs. Because the NSA happened long before the commission was even put in place.
Right.
And so that is how the process worked through the Oakland City Attorney's Office to make that request or recommendation to the judge that the commission's voice be allowed as a part of the regular process.
okay.
So I just want.
Well, I thank you for the behind the scenes conversation on that. It was very clear, Judge Orrick in January of last year, January 2023, was the first time that said, I want to hear from the commission. And that could have been the behind the scenes, but that was on record, and then it allowed us to do the filing.
Yeah, it took a minute.
Yeah. And so here's the policy part where the commission plays a role in terms of the NSA, okay, where you're modifying, and that role, it kind of mirrors a little bit of the court monitor's policy making work. And here is charter language where it specifically says you look at policy changes, right? Policy, procedure, custom, general order with the department, and all issues. So, you know, remember how I listed use of force, First Amendment, etc. But then it also says which contains elements expressly listed in federal court orders. That's the NSA, right? So your charter specifically says the NSA is your duty, okay? And this is the NSA task, revised to 2016.
Before we send it out, can we add a column for those, for the ones that have been completed?
No. You anticipate a slide.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so, the charter also speaks to the OIG shall audit the 52 tabs, right? And even after the settlement agreement expires. So not only do you have a role in the NSA, you have a role in post NSA. Right, okay? Just want to make that clear, this is part of informing the community too. All right, so, you know, this is just what is anticipated, and this procedure could be implemented, it could be memorialized in your rules of order, bylaw, rules of procedure, right? Where this notion where the rule says that you advise the IG on audit priorities. She comes back, or her office, reports back to you on those audits, and then you make policies based on what she audits. Okay, so that's the notion, it's your policy-making role. Yes.
There might be another slide there. She reports back to us, but she also makes recommendations about policies.
Yeah.
So it may not necessarily come from us,
Right,
you know, authentically.
Right.
She would say, and this is why.
right,
Like the sexual
the sexual
assault or the
misconduct.
sexual,
Right.
search.
Well, that
Sexual
we need to
misconduct.
have a
racial,
mediation.
Yeah.
yeah,
Program. Thank you.
okay? All right, and then these are the tasks.
Okay, great,
To
thanks.
answer your question, so in April, and last year, the court narrowed down these tasks. The year before, there were 10, so it narrowed down to 5. And really, when you know the task well, it really comes down to 2, 5, and 45, because 2, 24, 25 are in many ways related to 5. All right, so, and even as of late, the January,
Sorry.
we're good,
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
I have them right here. You don't have to throw them at each other.
you must be hungry, I'm gonna.
Team building activities.
Share some
Oh,
thoughts.
okay, so, the courts, and the court, Judge O'Rourke in his minutes, January, just this year, just, 2 months ago, said, acknowledges the progress of the department and focuses the need on the results of 45. So he specifically pointed out 45. And as you know, the court monitor, prior to, this, court proceeding, found, task 5 to be in compliance. Okay, so this is how we're kind of narrowing down the world. Okay, and one thing in terms of 45 is about discipline disparity of officers.
Mhm.
And I know sometimes we kind of use it interchangeably with racial profiling, which is about the community, right? So think of it internal, external, right? So sometimes we've been using it interchangeably, but I think as plaintiff counsel John Burris said it very well, it really right? The discrimination, address, hit on issues.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can understand why people use it interchangeably, but just know that it's not. Right, 45 is about internal. The racial part of the is external. Okay, you as a result have been actually playing a really critical role starting last year in terms of the actual court. Actually the court inviting you to join, but also the court is hearing from you and Commissioner Chair speaking at court proceedings, right? So, and so I just wanted to for the court invited to hear from the commission last year. In April, you submitted a NSA memo that was a community, this is a quick summary because otherwise I would just like be giving you the actual NSA memo. But the NSA memo was the community perspective. The NSA addendum was you talked about the commission role. It was almost like it was an introduction to the court about the commission. And then in September, the NSA memo was submitted, and thanks to our NSA ad hoc chair, Commissioner Shea, the memo addressed culture change, right? What needed to happen to create culture change? And the commission submitted an oversight transition. The court asked 2 questions: what should happen to create culture change, and how, in terms of at one point, the transition of oversight, right? And so the MSA addendum was filed, although as you know, it was partially filed with, the 4 or 5 paragraphs at the beginning. And then again in January, and so you're seeing how you've made thematic evolutions, right? So the last one, the thematic evolution was this time, you submitted with the voice of the IG and SIPR director as part of it too. So that's the big sum of your oversight. So, and lastly, Commissioner Shea just went through this and gave a nod to you in terms of the work that you did and just a summary of just the evolution of how this commission has presented itself to the court. And then lastly is this minute with specific question around the parties are directed to meet and confer. The commission is not technically a party, but it's understood that we are a player, right, in the conversation. So, and the court was asking to discuss the future of court oversight, either continuing the monitorship, revising it, or dissolving it prior to the CNC. All right, so as you can see, these are your duties. And also you can see you play a critical role with regards to the court oversight, the MSA task. You play that role, 1, because the charter says so, and 2, the court has recently invited you in a very formal way to be a part of that. Okay, so with that, I conclude.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Good job. Okay, so we're gonna get up and move around a little bit and do one quick team building activity in the other room while Micah sets up for lunch in this room. It'll be really brief, then we'll come back, we'll eat, and we will reconvene, start the meeting maybe no later than 1:30, but hopefully a little earlier. Let's do it. Come on, let's move around.
What's in there?
Thank you, Judy.
Yeah, can you do it?
Okay, well, they're gonna have to log off and come back.
Oh,
I'm asking because we're going to another room.
oh, okay. There's another option. I brought my camera. How about I get on Zoom, bring my laptop and the camera over there? Okay, because this is a formal ceremony now. So, you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? That's her official.
Yes.
And then I come in as a Zoom member.
Yes.
You make me a panelist on my laptop, and then it's shown. Otherwise, you said you have to shut down.
Oh, yes. Well, they'll be able to hear it for the most part, not see all of it, but we can hear it. Okay, let's
Do
do
you want
that.
me to do that? Okay.
So
Oh,
many
my
people
God.
are on
My Wi-Fi. I'm so sorry.
your Wi-Fi?
Yeah, and I can't use them. It's for confidentiality.
Maybe you can use my.
Yeah. Your mic or you can turn
You
that.
can my other computer.
Oh, okay. Let's see if I can. Put my camera.
Yes. So,
Bye.
am I elected official? Oh, finger.
Corey, can you see what's in the room, Corey?
You're next.
You're not a player.
Wait a minute, one second, hold on.
No, you're not a constant.
See my.
Maybe they're organic objects.
It's not a thing, so I don't think
Not enough.
No.
a principle,
No.
here's like a rule or principle, or something.
No. Am I?
Perfect, okay. They're in the team building, so I was trying to change to another room so you guys can see them there too, okay? So I'm gonna just turn my computer around. And you know, so you can see that. If that works, somebody give me a thumbs up, if that works. Somebody, anybody?
Okay, well, keep going.
Does that work?
But I'm a man.
Anybody in the group of attendees? Just tell me that this works, so you can see them.
Okay.
Can you see it? It's breaking up a bit. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I
I'll stop talking and I'll just try to get it closer to you, okay? For you. All right.
Did I live in America? Am I American?
No. That's a good question, all right.
I don't.
Don't have a good answer for that. Am I from another? Am I a citizen of the world?
They say something that's right.
What did I contributed to?
Yeah.
Humanity. Can I ask a non,
Am I?
While you're asking that rule,
Okay.
Oh, my.
Can I ask a non yes or no question? How did I contribute to it?
you were the,
Am I something that inspires?
you were the original.
Oh, I know who I am. I think. Okay.
You alright?
Well, yeah. You're saying, am I?
Way to go.
Am I?
No.
Do you know who Mario?
No.
Okay, so.
Am I?
Am I in ministry?
Let's help.
Am I? Scott.
I mean,
During the day.
No.
Cheating. But I know. Right there. You know the bar?
Yes.
Wait. Thank you.
I love to see it.
Okay, everyone, we are back in the other room, so I'm going to disconnect from this view, from the other room there. Angela?
Okay, that's fair.
Okay. We are.
You want me to do that now?
Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Emeritus,
Yes, emeritus.
emeritus,
Yeah, almost like emirates, but not quite.
emeritus, honestly, former chair.
Anyone?
Fancy education. Chair Peterson, do you need to recall roll or?
I guess since we didn't adjourn, yeah, but it just for the sake of being protective. I will reconvene this special meeting by the ad hoc committee for our retreat. Vice Chair Corelli Ordaz,
Present.
Commissioner Jesse Shea,
Here.
Commissioner Regina Jackson.
Here.
Commissioner Angela Jackson Castaigne,
Here.
Commissioner Wilson Riles,
President.
alternate Commissioner Ricardo Garcia Acosta.
Here.
And Marsha Carpenter Peterson here. We did not take public comment at the beginning of this special meeting of this ad hoc committee. And we will take it at the end of the entire report and retreat.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So we are going to spend the rest of today working on our vision and our mission, our goals and objectives. So part of this visioning exercise, I thought it might be important for us to understand where we've been as a commission so we can better think about where we want to go. And with that, I'm going to invite our former chair and our longest serving member of the commission to give us a few highlights and some of the key accomplishments and some of the challenges and some of opportunities that we may have going forward. So with that, Commissioner Jackson, feel free to give us a brief overview, please.
Okay, thank you. And let me paraphrase that 6.5 years is a long time, so I have notes, but I am committed to creating some slides for the addition to our binders that provide a little bit more specificity and time weighted. So for those of you, Measure LL was approved in November of 2016, but the commission was not sat or official until December of 2017. And at that time, we knew that 83% of the citizens of Oakland voted to support Measure LL. I remember back to that very first meeting because it was so impressive and so intimidating at the same time. We had no information, no background, not even about each other. There was no phone line, business cards. I mean, we had nothing. And I really was concerned that the city was not ready for us, even though they had more than enough time to get ready. But it wasn't until we heard from the mother of the police commission and this long line of people congratulating us and thanking us for serving. And I believe, and Ms. Rashida is here, so she can correct me if I'm wrong. She said, I'm really glad to see you here, but where is your budget? Where is your staff? Where is your this? Where is your that? And I thought to myself, oh my goodness, I don't know. And I don't know that we know who knows, except for maybe you, right? So that was a really tough start to the commission that so many citizens wanted. And yet the system that was really supposed to help us get going was not helping us go anywhere. We had, at the time, one SIPR director. We had not had the inspector general, and we had inherited Chief Kirkpatrick. So again, I want to thank the Coalition for Police Accountability because they provided so much knowledge, so much feedback, so much input, so much at the city council meeting on this date and that date, we did X and Y and Z because most of us had no knowledge of that. moving forward, as I mentioned briefly, well, our first chair was Thomas Smith Esquire. And our very first policy, as I mentioned, was probation and parole. But perhaps one of the most urgently impactful policies was use of force. And it took over 6 months to get that completed. And it really closed so much of the gap in terms of what police could and couldn't do, or what was considered the use of force and reporting mechanisms. In addition to that, we had some key policies that I remember. One that stood out, which is junior kind of to the militarized equipment. And that was major discussions around the Bearcat. It was related to the Pollock case, but we were also kind of splitting off in terms of what is appropriate use, because we had several meetings, even a special forum about, they wanted a second one because, half of the year they said it was out of service. We were like, well, where is that documentation? So we backed into trying to get some experiential learning from documentation that didn't exist. So the whole concept of the commission being in place and then asking for information so that we could make informed decisions was really critical, because we were asking for things that maybe had never existed before. This also connected to this is my own personal opinion as a youth development expert. The Bearcat was being used as a jumper toy for kids. And when we learned that, well, they could, climb through the Bearcat, right? So it was like like a big toy, right? But then we heard that officers were handcuffing kids to show them how the handcuff works.
Oh, no.
Correct. So there was a lot of conversation, a lot of horrifying information about what's appropriate and what isn't. And so we ended up redirecting Bearcat to call it a striper vehicle, Sprinter. Yeah. And so to your point, Angela, we got lots more information than we were ever looking for, but all very important. Because nobody really wants to see the Bearcat rolling down the street indiscriminately. Through the course of the first year that we were in place, we started rolling back on NSA points, tasks. We were down to 2 or 3, and we rolled back to 8 out of the 52 tasks. That and other kinds of racial profiling information, just, getting lots and lots of data in, gave us significant pause. I actually want to call out one of our prior commissioners, and she served as a vice chair twice, Janelle Harris. She was the first person to identify that there were 151 policies that were out of date by as much as 20 years. And again, it was one of those things like, well, where do you find that, right? So just even trying to understand where these things were. Then in terms of trying to assist the 911 apparatus, the Coalition for Police Accountability brought to our attention the CAHOOTS model, which became macro. And while we have, I think, stalled and sputtered, we're moving into this second phase now where, they're beginning to get things more right, such that the goal may not elude 911 dispatch and what is appropriate support. In addition to that, we had, as a part of the Pollock scenario, significant conversations, which later became the Bay Matters, which has only recently been overseen by OIG in terms of specific interpretation. But that has kind of led the way to where we are today around racial profiling ad hoc, which is our first meeting will be March 6th from 6 to 7:30, and shameless plug. So as a part of our deliberations with the police commission, We later hired, the law firm of Garcia Hernandez and did lots of, excellent work with them, with Natasha, and Connor. Ultimately, we decided to, terminate, Chief Kirkpatrick. And, we asked the mayor to join us in that termination, which in fact happened. And for those that have gotten the information incorrect, Chief Kirkpatrick did not get a dime more than her contract called for if she left the same day that we terminated her. It was the attorneys that got 1.5 million. Just want to clarify that, right? Because it's been a misnomer. Following that, we did our first police chief search, which included a community forum, because we were very sensitive to the fact that all of the HR matters that we had to work with were not available to be seen by the community. So our last process was to hire a new SIPR director. And we did that in a hearing room, I would say maybe a month before the pandemic, and then, and then everything was virtual. We had lots of forums. We have forums on protest. We have forums on budget, social media. There wasn't like a subject that we didn't have a forum about, because one, the opportunity to hear from community underscored everything. But we also wanted to understand, compared to what community is telling us, what is it or how is it that police are showing up? What's their thought process? What have they learned? And that goes into a few of the policies that I mentioned around armed and unresponsive and missing persons. And there was so much discussion around how OPD could better advertise a missing dog than a person. But through the process of the policy, where we had families who had been impacted, and then we had police, we were able to hear the recommendations of families based upon their experience, and then merge that and help to empower and elevate OPD to do a much more distinct job, and they have been flying ever since. Let's see, there is, then we had, and again, the dates, it's somewhat of a blur here, but then we had this amazing opportunity, which was reimagining public safety. Granted, the commission is not public safety as it were, but there were so many recommendations, there were more than 200 recommendations. And many of them did begin to inform either ad hoc or policy work that we were doing. Then somewhere in there, we had the audit. And, again, I want to roll back. I mentioned Janelle Harris. We later learned that the city administrator had gone outside to get investigators to investigate her, a member of our commission. We had no prior knowledge. We were like, what's going on? We don't understand. And, obviously she was an extraordinary advocate, but that kind of process was just kind of crazy. And of course, she was not found guilty in any of those instances. But there were.
How do they have the authority to do that though?
Well, there's the question.
Okay.
So I believe that she did it on her own. I think I spoke with a couple city council members who were not aware of it.
The city administrator at the time.
The city administrator at the time, Sabrina. The Lander, right, the person that did not update the emergency plan for the city of Oakland, which is part of why we are in the situation we're in, but I digress. So I wanted to just clarify that, early passionate voices on behalf of the commission that really did propel us to deal with some things that we had no knowledge of dealing with, unfortunately paid some prices. Then we got to the audit, and that was a real interesting process because the audit was twofold. It was on CIPRA and it was on the commission. And CIPRA, with the exception of not having standard operating procedures, kind of flew through, whereas we were being needled to death about the fact that, our meetings were too long. That we were overstepping our privilege by giving direction to what we thought was our staff. Things like that. And we had back and forth, both in the media and in paperwork, where we would provide proof that, disrupted what they were asserting, and they just refused to add it. So.
Was this the source of the conflict with the legal, with cities?
Well, so there were a couple of sources. Initially, we had some, consternation between one or two commissioners and legal, and then legal decided they didn't want to represent us, like they wouldn't show up to our commission meetings. And so we really kind of didn't have legal. Then, later, when you had some
Office of the City Attorney.
office of the city attorney, excuse me, but we didn't have an outside firm at the time. And so it changed hands to several people. We had several conversations about what it was that we were trying to address. And the point came down to, okay, different people communicate in different ways. Some people are more sensitive than others, and there should be a standardized way of communicating. But at the end of the day, and any lawyer will tell you this, sometimes you have difficult clients. You still have to represent them. And that was the circumstance. But we did have, thanks to Measure L, both an opportunity to not just get one legal advisor, we could get up to 3 and identify specific subject matter experts in different legal entities. I still think we ought to be doing that, so that we have more than one source for information. But, and that's why we kind of have to go back to Measure LL and then go back to S1 and just really figure out, have we maximized what we have been given the opportunity to do? We did have a few special projects with the Goldman School of Public Policy, students who were able to help community understand, well, if the police kick in your door, and you don't have, and it was a wrong door to kick in, there actually is a fund where you can go to. Similarly to the missing persons resource, where there's now a person in place who deals with the families. So as things were happening, we were learning that they were happening. We started to have annual retreats. We also, some of us went to the NACO conferences and found some of them, some of the sessions very helpful, and some not so much, but it was all good information. By the top of 2022, we hired our first inspector general. That was for a long time a one-person department. It is, I believe, almost fully staffed now, and kudos to Michelle Phillips.
She needs permanent people.
Oh, right, well, most of them are temporary, and so between budget holds and reductions, she has lost 1 or 2 really good staffers because they couldn't get to be permanent within the time frame and had to take other opportunities. Since then, we've gotten strategic plans from her, opinions from her, recommended policies from her. She has weighed in. I remember one of the first observations she made, we would never have had an opportunity to look at because we weren't internal to the city process. She observed that that CIPRA was using OPD's investigations and, almost, I won't say plagiarizing, but using so much of it. It's like, well, where is your separate investigation? And so at that time, we said, stop, OPD, you give CIPRA what you're required to do, but don't give them the whole kit and caboodle, because they have to do their own, aligned investigations. And so, we went from CPRB to CPRA, but still not really having the community part in this police, service agency. So just now beginning to get to be an independent entity. let's see, at the top of 2022, or at the end of the 2021, there was I wouldn't call it a scathing letter, but I call it a very direct letter, written to the monitor, calling him out for moving the goalposts, calling him out for holding up tasks on OPD because of something SIPR hadn't done. And OPD is not responsible for SIPR, so he was conflating things. And within 2 months after that letter, those tasks were put into compliance because sorry. Those tasks were put into compliance, and we went from being down 5 to being down 1, which was the task 45, which eludes us, racial profiling. We're working on it, and they're working on it. There's so many reports that are now coming out. Even the Hiller-Hines report, which I think that the commission thought was a decent report, it wasn't great. It was the first time that you had, as a proof point, that Black officers were being disciplined more extremely, that they weren't being promoted as much. And so you finally had something that says what we all knew, but, you know, gotta have some proof. Given that, I know that we did a lot of militarized equipment processes and policies. That the whole Bearcat thing was just the beginning, because we knew that there were like hundreds of policies that were going to be coming out. We have seen almost 25 commissioners from the beginning. Yeah, I believe so, because, you know, not everybody finished their terms, and the terms started with 2, 3, and 4-year terms. Now they're all 3-year terms. There are some critical opportunities that community took advantage of, you know, people who would never have been able to get to us to give us their experience. And in many instances, we were able to, you know, pull together OPD and whoever needed to be involved to say, you know, can we take a look at this? We need to take a look at this. And found that OPD was, you know, extremely responsive when we started sending them, you know, these emails were saying, you know, these people are right here in front of us. Do you know anything about this? Can you get their information, that kind of thing? So I am very clear that the commission's presence has been exceptionally important to the city, to the citizens of the city, and, you know, to the city. And even with the incidents with the city attorney's office in the beginning, after they began to know us, see us operating, and, you know, coming up with good policies and things like that, it's almost like, oh, they're cool people, or they're not, you know, out to get everybody or what have you. And again, that is really a human thing. You have to get to know people so that they can understand that your integrity and their integrity are similar, or my integrity and your integrity are not similar. And we get back to that whole scenario around, you know, what is it to have a law that says that you can be fired for lying, when what you really have to be able to do is prove the lying. And sometimes that's not so easy. It's getting better though, as we continue to create confines for understanding information and the effectiveness of investigations. I'm gonna turn to you, Ms. Rashida. Is there anything glaring that I've left out? I really try to strike kind of poison.
Great job.
Okay, all right, Jesse, I know you've been on for a minute. Okay, all right, well, like I said, I will promise you before June, maybe even sooner, to collapse this into some slides and some very specific information that you all can reference. I know it's hard to hear about things that you may never have heard about, right? And so I would recommend that if you can go through like just the annual reports from 2018, they may give you some semblance of narrative to interpret.
And that's the entire black binder, so. like, those are just annual reports.
Lots of information there, and and it's hard to memorize, as you all know, because there is work being done on the enabling ordinance now. That what Measure L was the beginning, S1 was a clarification and a codifying of things that either weren't finished thoughts or, now that it was in place, it's like, ooh, we thought it was really gonna work like this, so it needs to work like that. And then the enabling ordinance, I think, will just continue to help us streamline the clarity of what we can and what we can't do, give us resources and tools. And as the state laws and as the US laws keep changing, we have to continue to be mindful about what's happening there too. It's my understanding, I don't have it anyway, but that even the Attorney General's office of the state of California has begun to change some of their thoughts around monitoring based upon the length of our relationship. Because what is effective if you've done something forever and you've not achieved the initial goal? I mean, the goal for most people should know that this is supposed to be a 5-year thing. We are now in year 22.
We're going into 21.
So, okay, well, either way, it's too long.
Yeah.
And so that will be one of our primary agendas now that we have a voice at the table, to help be a thought partner about, should the current status move forward? Should we try to recreate? Should we stop? Should we transition? And we need to really kind of rally our own subject matter experts to help us think through that. Because, we're all smart, but we are not subject matter experts in these subjects. We're getting good, but we still need other people and what's going on across the country to help us. So when I gave a shameless plug about the racial profiling committee, what I realized was, well, we don't have an MOR for racial profiling. And in most instances, you have here's the rules, here's how we do things. And so that will be one of the quicker wins. We can focus on getting that done. There may be more that we could do. And I've been talking to experts from across the country. But it helps that the commission has the most powers that, commissions have. And now it's about really, trying to look to see, well, what changes can we make? There are the thoughts about having insurance policies that cover that police officers pay into, that cover them for problems that the city ends up paying for. We need to try and look at some of these schedules. I mean, we've spent tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions in the long term, paying for, high price mistakes. In terms of police misconduct, I mean, you have to figure out ways, separate and apart from the real enforcement around integrity and accountability to thought process. If this can hit you in your pocket, maybe you're more mindful about what you do. How much can you communicate? So I think I'll stop with that. If anybody wants to add to what I have shared, I've tried to keep it high level, but with some specifics so that, for those of you that weren't here, it can make a little bit of sense. But I'm happy to take any additional suggestions. I will get this to you before June.
So we're gonna get into it a little bit later, but given all of your experience to date, what do you think are some of our most pressing and urgent issues? I've heard a lot about streamlining what we can and can't do, the, MMR for racial profiling, but also dealing with some of these political dynamics and that also being a factor in dictating what we can and cannot do. Also, maybe obtaining multi-faceted legal counsel and protecting us in that sense. Is there a top 2 or 3 that really is I feel like this is something urgent, but also potentially foundational?
I'm so glad you asked. So one of the things that we need to do is we need to vision craft. We really need to vision craft what we want this commission to be. That, thankfully, we have, a chief of staff, but we still don't have a full staffing. We aren't out there just looking to whittle down to the other 100 policies that are still 10 to 20 years old. But we also need to think ahead. One of the things that we did, we had a policy that stopped the karate chokehold, except for Post still teaches that. Well, why does the state entity teach something that should not be allowed to be done? So that's a whole other thing at the state level. But we need to figure out, who we want to be, who we need to be. Should we have an executive director? Should we not? We have subject matter experts in our OPD, IG, and CIFRA. Are we challenging them to be their best selves? And, we're doing a lot of talking, Ms. Rashida, a lot of talking about what sustainability or what getting out of the NSA looks like. But we don't have a sense of really what that looks like. And so we need to be chipping away at that so that not unlike the template that we were shown for reporting, that we can say, here's how we think this wheel should move around, around OPD. And let's start putting those pieces into place right now. So from a people, policy, and NSA perspective, I think those are the top three. And then perhaps the fourth, which kind of circles in between all of them, is we need a real strategic plan. We need to identify what we're going to prioritize, what we have been for a long time as reactionary based upon what's been going on in our city. And there's just too much going on in our city. Obviously, we need to wrangle what we can. There's still policies like handcuffing and other things that we do need to take a look at. But we've got to identify and prioritize based upon what is still pertinent that is 10 and 20 years old versus what do we see on the horizon that needs to be addressed. And, Oakland has been first in so many areas. And sometimes we've been best. We have trainings and processes in OPD that are national standards. What other things can we do to create models? And that may require us getting outside of Oakland to see what models and I had suggested a couple of years ago that we go to New Zealand and talk with the prime minister and the police chief about, how do you just ban all weapons? How does that happen?
I'll ask them next week.
Yeah, okay.
We got no laws in the second amendment.
Well, no, that was gonna be a trip I was paying for by myself and trying to get Google to find, somebody to come out and do the research. But the point is that we can also try to identify additional services and supports in the research area and community engaged research in order to document a lot of what we've been finding, so that our work can be referenced, can be, potentially modeled. That's the way I'd like to see this, and obviously I do not have an answer for the politics question. I didn't get into the commission to do politics, and Lord knows, I just want to do the work. And I think we're all in that space.
Thank you. Any questions for our chair emeritus? Selfie?
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, and I'm not just speaking for myself because I'm new, but anybody else that's listening, it just gave them a whole new perspective about the history. So that was great. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm hoping you'll be willing to help me get these slides together.
I'm sure I will be helping you get the slides.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And it is a perfect segue into what we are going to do next, which is start working out our vision. So this is like just a loose framework that I'm tossing out there. Of course, part of our goal today is build consensus on everything that we do. Our goal would be to develop a vision statement, mission. We don't currently have one that I can find. And even if I look on City of Oakland's website, like the only agency that I was able to find that had pretty clear vision mission statement for me was like Public Works. So I think it would be helpful for us to take a moment to really kind of just reflect on everything that Regina's provided us, like where we've been, but really think hard about where we think we can go and what does an ideal, well-oiled sort of machine of an open police commission really look like for us. I will also, before we actually take that moment, share with you some of the bullet points from our last retreat, where these were compiled by Dr. Satterwhite, and I think a lot of it is reflective of some of his one-on-one interviews and not necessarily from the actual retreat itself. But these were a lot of different statements that came up around a vision for OPC, and then I've also got some examples. And what I'd like everyone to do is just take a moment, go through some of these bullet points. OPC leads the nation in establishing policies and protocols for constitutional policing. Think about some of the words that stand out for you, even just reflecting on what Regina said. For me, like one of the major words is being proactive. That's something I would like to see in our vision statement. And so we all know what a vision statement is and what a mission is, and the distinguishing the two. If not, doesn't matter, because I have handouts that will help guide you. I killed another tree, sorry. We'll recycle it all. But the vision is where we want to be. The mission is how we want to get there.
Thank you.
And ideally, we just want one sentence, not 7 bullet points, something that's clear, concise. You can share one.
That's her, Dr. Sarah.
So this helps frame sort of the difference between the two, because we're just gonna work on the vision right now, then the mission, and then we'll get into some of those priority areas and eventually like split up and do like some real hard work on putting pen to paper around goals and objectives. So. Yeah, I think it would be nice, actually, since we have these boards here, I didn't know if we would have them. I'll put some pins up here, and if there's keywords, there's Post-its, there's these boards that you can stick them on either Post-it and just stick them up there, and we can capture them that way, or you can write directly on the paper up there. Just some keywords that you definitely know you want as part of our vision statement, or maybe even our mission. So I want to see proactive in there, so that's what I will write. And I want all my Sharpies back, please.
Is one for vision, one for mission, or how do you want to?
The lighter the size. Yeah.
We're doing vision just now, right? Are we doing everything,
Let's do just the vision for now, so we don't overdo our brains. And also, while you're thinking, to give you some ideas, these are examples of visions of other jurisdictions. So here's Chicago's board, New York's, Denver, San Francisco. I personally am a huge fan of Seattle's because it's very clear, very concise, they're distinguished, and they're actionable. So when we're thinking about like implementing this, vision, that's kind of what we also need to be mindful of as we're throwing out some of these words and terms. That is a hazard.
so I put on there probably OPD, let's just say OPD accountability, community engagement, and civilian oversight model. OPD.
Do I explain? So I explain.
Sure, yeah.
I put up on the board, phrase beyond constitutional policing. And the reason why is although the charter itself talks about how we want to make sure that the department, we want to ensure that they conform to national standards of constitutional policing. Our country as a whole has been using the floor of constitutional policing for so long.
How about that?
And what looks like constitutional policing is very different here as opposed to other parts of the United States. And I think I want to take us away from that floor and move towards what we want policing to look like. Not just have it be the floor, but what is the optimal state, you know, especially from a
Excellent.
community perspective.
Do you want to explain?
Proactive voice in ensuring constitutional policing. We say we represent the community, so we have to be ahead of and thinking ahead of these issues where they are not in this space, but have put us in this space.
I'm gonna add one more.
Thank you.
Just justice. We have to root our work. in justice.
Should we go back to the old ones?
I think as we talk about the politics of things, I don't know whether we're gonna ever solve that. But I think if we root ourselves in being independent and not responding to political wills, we will stay focused on achieving our mission.
Oh, sorry, you want me to go back? No.
I was gonna put something.
Okay, take your turn. I'm reflecting.
Maybe what you got.
One of my initial thoughts was just commitment to continued improvement. And not resting on our laurels, right, always challenging ourselves to do better for our city,
Yeah.
both in terms of that externally.
With so many other maybe agendas and, I would say pushback in this space, because this is the type of work that is against the status quo. We're trying to bring change. So I just said, be bold, be brave, and be committed to this work.
So in terms of the commitment piece, I'm writing down a report card for commissioners. You all know that I'm on a bunch of boards, and we, many of them are beginning to look at, as individual contributors, what are we doing? How are we doing? Right? Do we just show up to the meeting? Do we engage well, you know, leading ad hocs, policies that are coming out? How are our individual contributions really being valued as a collective? And this may be further down the road where, you know, I mean, I know that everybody has seen somebody on a board who just really is riding pine. Whereas, you know, that makes the rest of the people on boards or commissions have to work that much harder. So if we had some internal accountabilities that are required and that we, I don't know, annually hold ourselves against. Maybe we begin to show up different, or for the next set of commissioners, they understand, oh, this is not naming the paper, Lord knows, we need the paper too much. We wanna do the work that's really going to make change for the citizens, for my children, for your children.
Along the lines of that, I think it's important to keep top of mind that we need to operate as a team and have some sort of unity, even if we don't agree with one another. We need to agree to come to the table to work with one another.
I like that.
So if this is the where we want to be, we want to always be ahead.
Are you tired putting some of these sentences together? Okay. Yes, of course. And you know, some things might fit here, you know, some things might, there's a lot to put in a vision statement.
Yeah.
But some things might better lend themselves to the mission. It could also be one of our focus areas.
Oh, so I said ahead of the game.
Yeah, so I think that is probably gonna be pretty, maybe mission focused. We'll see how this goes. But we're gonna be doing a lot of live words and things at the moment. That's all right with y'all. Okay, what did you say? Chair Peterson, what was your last one? And then Jesse, can you tell us yours as well? Sorry, Commissioner.
My last one was be ahead of the game.
Okay.
I think the community engagement, to be community centered.
Community centered.
Community centered, because if anything, you know, hearing and having discussions about where LL and S1 came from, it's not just, we're not just here as, to be part of a civilian oversight structure. That is a part of it, but we're also here to be the community's voice, to be centered on the needs and wants of the community. And so to remind ourselves, as we're looking forward, that we need to center the community in our work. That's why we're here.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just taking a stab at it for now. Maybe. Representing. Sure. Force.
Oh, man.
Strive for justice, independence.
Another independence in there. We strive. For justice. I'm doing it proactive there.
We are proactive. Strive for justice.
Okay. Should that be part of the mission? The proactive piece? Can we just say,
Bold.
yeah, we are bold, brave, and committed to justice.
And the pursuit of.
Yeah.
We are bold, brave, and committed. Oh, and committed in the pursuit of justice. So I feel like that last sentence really, where's our little worksheet? It says on the back, it should be big enough that there will always be passion and energy to grow towards it. And I do feel like that last sentence serves that. So setting a standard of excellence, clarifies our direction and purpose, inspires enthusiasm and commitment, bridges the present and the future, is clear and easy to understand, is not ambitious. Well, we have to be ambitious because it's Oakland, so that part we can ignore. How does this feel to people for a starting point? Can you see it? Let me make it bold.
Yeah, make it bigger.
Bigger.
So just for this purpose, okay.
Representing, I feel seems very passive. Can we make that stronger? Listening, engaging.
I like engaging. Is that action word? Committed to the pursuit of justice as opposed to in.
Engaging in the community or gauging the community?
Engaging the community.
Engaging the community.
Actively.
Or just say engage the community or just say community oversight board?
Yeah, that's what it is, community instead of civilian.
No, I think it's civilian. That's kind of like.
That's our,
I know, it's
That's
stable.
understood everywhere.
but I think it's still, we're both really committed to the pursuit of justice, not in.
Okay,
I,
I think it's in.
I'm not,
Oh, you're not.
I was
doing
gonna
that?
talk about the romantic part of it. I'm
Something's
terrible at English.
something's happening there.
But
I'm still
here-
stuck on engaging community.
Yeah, let's start there.
I think Commissioner Shea was, one of the points he was thinking about, like centering community voice, right? You can engage community, don't mean you listen to them, right?
Oh, that's a good point.
And so,
Centering community and their voice to ensure.
After body.
to ensure, yeah,
What are you thinking?
Go ahead, change our word.
To ensure constitution. That's
You-
weird.
Take the oversight and put it after community centric.
Yeah,
An independent civilian.
it's an independent, community centric oversight.
I like, yeah.
That ensures focused.
That
Mission. Can we say our, mission?
Not focused on ensuring, but
Okay, so that ensures.
or uphold law enforcement, that was
Like we hold folks accountable, right?
holds constitutional policing
Okay, easy better.
and law and for the city of Oakland.
Do we uphold or do we pursue to ensure that the police department engages in it?
Well, I feel like we hold OPD to account. So uphold constitutional.
I like the word ensures rather than upholds, but that's me.
The charter language has it as,
Thank you, Tweet.
in order to ensure that policies, process, et cetera, conform to national standards of
Yes.
constitutional.
I don't like
And in light of what Commissioner Shea was also saying, to go above that is maybe, one thing to consider is because this commission has been really, as Commissioner Jackson said, setting, best practices nationally too, that you ensure that OPD conform to national standards, but you are also setting those national standards.
So I think that's,
defining, setting this national standard.
yeah, I think that's good for our mission statement.
Yeah.
Cause that's how we're gonna do this, is that we are ensuring, yeah, so maybe we can take. Should we take this piece out and put it in the mission?
Well, let's leave it there for now, and then when we work on it, because we may forget some of this stuff.
Is there anything that we wanna say about SIPRA and IG in this vision?
Good question.
Well, I mean, we want all of the bodies that we provide supervision to pursue excellence or to be models of excellence. But I don't know if that may be more the, yeah.
I'm just thinking out loud, keep going,
You go ahead, you keep thinking out loud, you're doing a good job.
thanks. Or maybe in partnership.
No,
Okay, we're not partner.
So the difference is, we can work contextually together, but we can't lose sight of the fact that we provide the oversight.
Do we? I think that's too
Well-
granular when we start talking about our oversight entities, because we're the commission and we're comprised of those
For your
entities.
meetings and stuff.
I have a request, Angela. Once you finish each one of those, if you can actually read it. Because we can't see it in real time on Zoom. We only see the pyramid.
Oh, good.
So if you can read what the final one is, so the
Of course,
audience knows.
yeah. Thank you, not the problem, I need to do so.
Can we talk about that second sentence?
For the first one, second.
We are both.
I feel like it needs to be more specific about what the pursuit of justice is, or be more specific, period.
So the word accountability. is-
Maybe it should be the beginning. We are both very committed to independent, community-centric civilian oversight that ensures constitutional policing and cooperative democracy.
I like that.
I think we need to.
Would be better.
I usually like less adjectives, so I will defer.
So let's go back to some of our examples here.
Our vision is your North Star too.
Right.
Yeah, it's our North Star. So Seattle says we envision our communities and Seattle's police aligned and shared goals, goals of safety, respect, and accountability, very simple. It doesn't say anything about who they are and what they do, which could be okay. Maybe we're trying to do too much in our vision.
But we're open.
And maybe we need to, and on the flip side, maybe we need to say who we are and what we do because nobody knows. So I'm playing devil's advocate here. And then in, let's see, their mission, okay, so they envision, it doesn't say what their role is in it, so this is why I have these examples. Some of them are, none of them are perfect.
Right.
And so we don't have to, strive for perfection, but we should get something good for now at least. And then work towards perfection, but it doesn't say, so Seattle's doesn't really say like who they are and what they do and what their role is in the community and police alignment. But then their mission talks more explicitly about that and saying how their role is in order to achieve that for the community and the police is to listen, amplify the community voice, champion police practices and justice. So it does do the what and the how, but maybe not as explicit as we would like to see in ours.
Yeah.
So
And this is just a draft.
it is a draft.
We'll vote on it
Yes,
at a March 14th.
exactly. So now let's go back to our sentences here. If you guys want to see these post-its. So we've got OPC as an independent community. So we're agreeing that we're gonna state who we are as part of our vision.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna, be a little bit different from Seattle in that sense, but similar to San Francisco. So, So we are an independent, community-centric civilian oversight body.
Yes.
Um,
That envisions, that strives for, because it's visionary, right?
but I don't wanna miss, like, Jesse's point on the whole, like, constitutional policing being the bar, or yeah, the bottom. So I feel like we need to, we can't just have constitutional policing out there without saying that we're aiming to go beyond that.
Okay, so then if you wanna use any part of that last sentence, then the OPC is an independent, community-centric, civilian oversight body, that boldly, bravely, and is committed to.
Okay, I'm feeling Star Trekky now.
It's spelled Star Trek.
No,
Boldly go where no other place is.
Right.
So why don't we just say in our vision that this is what we are and this is what we're committed to? And in the mission, say that we're here and in order to achieve that, we are striving for this constitutional policing or beyond constitutional, okay, so I'm gonna take this out then,
Boldly going.
right?
Where no other commission, no other city.
And then pursuit of justice, like for the city of Oakland and its residents, or the residents of Oakland. I feel like we need to have something that says Oakland in there, just.
For Oaklanders.
Yeah, oh my God. We are bold, brave, and committed to the pursuit of justice for all Oaklanders. Now, the pursuit piece is the piece I think Jesse is still having a, that we want to be beyond. But then we want to, achieve
And
justice.
committed to ensuring, I like the ensure,
It's right
because that ties it into the charter.
So by ensuring constitutional policing practices that go beyond
That go beyond constitutional practices.
the national.
Yeah, national constitutional practices.
Go beyond, say that again?
National constitutional practices.
Why don't you just say raise the bar,
Yes.
Raise the bar?
raising the standard of constitutional policing.
Okay, Jesse.
Alright.
And ensuring and raising, or just
Just raising the bar.
ensuring
That's what I'm
constitutional
saying.
by raising?
He said it like.
I don't know. Something-
Yeah, we already used that, I guess it's said.
Well, you are, I mean, you're doing a lot of things that are setting national standards.
Well, that speaks to innovation. Do we wanna add like we're bold, innovative, brave, and committed to the pursuit of justice for Oaklanders? Is that too much?
Say it again.
Innovative,
I was like.
we are bold, brave, innovative, and committed to the pursuit of justice.
And that's our vision. that
Great.
It'll be our rock stars that we're innovative.
About thinking outside the box.
Mhm.
Can I just maybe take a step back from language for a second?
Mhm. Sure.
When I think of vision, and like looking through this, taking away like the questions about where, when, and how, it seems to ask, in 3 years, where do you want to be? In 3 years, where do you want to be, and what does the organization look like? I think that when we think about that, we think we have some ideals and some hopes of what we want this organization to look like. Some of those things we've put on the board. Some of those things are things just what's in the charter, right? And so when I think about where we are in 3 years, I think that I want to be in a place where we are independent, community-centric, and a civilian, independent, community-centric civilian oversight body that has or continues to set the standard of constitutional policing and accountability for the citizens of Oakland. Right? And in our mission statement, how we get there, we do so by being bold, brave, and committed
And innovative.
and innovative in our development of policy,
Right.
in our standards of accountability,
Yeah.
in the
Can keep up? Hold on.
Wait,
hold on.
I gotta get a backup for.
Are we,
Everybody.
go back to the.
Sorry, okay, so when I think of the commission in the future, I want this organization to be in the future, or I have a vision of this organization in the future to be independent and community centered.
Right.
Right, period. We already know we're a civilian oversight body, and at that point, we want to be a civilian oversight body that sets the standard of policing, whether that's constitution or beyond. And about how the community informs or demands how the department engages with them.
Okay, hold on, let's see if it's reflected here.
Sure.
That's not that last part, but let's get the first part.
Period after oversight body, right?
Period after community center.
Oh,
It's just the
Yeah.
Oakland
It's just.
independent and community centered, period. These are things we care about.
Okay, not oversight, not.
And then we say it is a civilian oversight body that sets the standard of policing, constitutional or beyond. Or raises the standard of constitutional policing, whichever, is he raising the standard?
I like Parker's raising.
and you said and beyond or just
It
period?
just raises the standard, gets there.
And then how we do that
Right.
is that we are
Missions.
We are
Bold,
bold.
bold and brave are kind of the same thing, so maybe bold, innovative, or we do so by using bold, innovative, and creative, informed strategies to develop policy, to ensure accountability
Inform.
and inform transparency.
Let me get out of the typing. He said, take out brave,
Bold, innovative,
yeah,
Informed.
and inform.
strategies to develop policies.
Policies and I mean, the language of the charter is policies, practices, and customs.
So policies and practices.
In the pursuit of justice. Okay.
There we go.
For the citizens of Oakland.
Image. For.
That's the mission, that's the how, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the vision of the Oakland Police Commission is independent and community centric. It is a civilian oversight body that raises the standards of constitutional policing.
Or maybe it should be 1 second, sorry. Independent, community-centric civilian oversight body that raises the standard of constitutional policing. I think you can do independent and community-centric because civilian maybe we just take out over civilian, and just say oversight body.
Well, I think that speaks to the fact that we're not experts.
The list is. I think the adjectives are no, they're all adjectives.
Although
It's grammatically correct. But hardly.
raises the standard of constitutional policing.
That seeks to, like, we just need to make it a little more powerful.
Yeah.
That raises and ensures. I like the word ensures, guys.
That ensures the standards.
So it's,
Justice.
that ensures the standards and beyond, something like that.
We don't like it, yeah.
I guess when we're practicing this, when we're doing this, we're thinking, like, when we think of constitutional policing, what is it that we care about that comes from constitutional policing?
Justice.
How do we make that into a little bit more, how do we make that into something that's more tailored to accountability? Because when you think about justice and you think about constitutional policing, it doesn't have to lead towards the conclusion of accountability.
Transparency is a way to get to justice.
Do we want anything around
Accountability
restorative
certainly is the way
justice,
to
because
get to
half of the
justice.
time,
No,
we're harming first.
that's two.
Okay. Just wondered.
But I think what Jesse's asking is, we want to ensure accountability that leads to justice for all the citizens of Oakland. I mean, you're not policing differently in DB than you do in Montclair. No, I'm just saying, this is the accountability. That's why we were talking earlier about the data that we're getting from risk management is not accurate enough to inform whether or not justice is actually being
She's
pursued.
on the menu, yeah.
Yeah, so,
Through accountability, through data, through.
I think this is a good starting point.
I think this is as good as it's gonna get, right?
At the moment, right, and I don't, I think this is way better than
What-
all of this.
No question.
So I think
We
we've
knew
made
we
it.
had to do something.
Yeah,
We know
I
what
think
to
we've
do.
made a lot of progress. I think, what we can do and what I would appreciate is once this is over, I'll send this out to everyone. You guys can reflect on it more, send me back some suggestions. I'll try to like encapsulate them in more concise sentences and then we can come back, and revisit. at
Confer
our
with
next
our
meeting.
thought partners and all that good stuff.
But just something a little bit more punching than what we have, but I do like both of these. And then I'll make a list of all these little bullet points in here in the notes. Okay. So that's gotten us some, how does everyone feel? We're running up against.
Can you read them out loud?
Sure. So far for the vision, we have the Oakland Police Commission is an independent, community-centric, civilian oversight body that ensures the standard of constitutional policing and beyond. We don't like beyond, but we'll work on that. And how we do that is by employing bold, innovative, and informed strategies to develop policies and practices in the pursuit of justice for the citizens of Oakland. Now, also, you know, a lot of organizations, they may not just have a vision and mission, but also like guiding principles, or other little elements like that. Yeah, values, exactly. So we could have a bulleted list of, I would say, like 3 to 5, not like 15, that are saying, like, maybe outlines our commitments. We are committed to a robust civilian oversight model, or proactive was a word we don't have in here that I think we should at some point. So we can think about maybe integrating some like values or principles as well. And then if we can work with comms and get a cool little infographic, all 3 can sync up and it'll be very nice if you get all of our stuff, materials, swag.
I think that what we've done here is pretty outstanding. I wanted to point out that from a time perspective, it's 2:33.
Yes.
Maybe we can sit with this and you know, either do in part two or do, some thinking and maybe send you some thoughts about the, not the vision, but the, mission.
Okay, yep, let's, I would like to hit one more slide and then we can do
Oh, I-
comment and wrap.
This is your time, yes.
Okay. I think another thing we do need to kind of flesh out, what I would love to flesh out today is our focus areas. So how we're grouping our work, I think right now we have what, 15 ad hocs? Somewhere around 12.
Yep.
12-ish, and so what does that really look like, and this is the aspect around being proactive, is like, how are we organizing our work? We've got, enabling ordinance, we've got rules, we've also got codes of conduct. How are we, working towards a common goal and leveraging all of those ad hocs to really fulfill some points that we're trying to make by even establishing those ad hocs. But what is that point? So we've the way we've done our work right now, because we are very reactive, is sort of backwards. And so what we want to do is be more proactive and look forward and figure out how do our goals then inform how we organize ourselves, how we report to other folks and other entities, how they report to us, and what information needs to be shared. So
Now, are we assuming we are fully staffed and we have
No.
4 vacancies?
we're assuming we are where we are today. So I think, I think if one of our goals is to be fully funded and staffed, then we need to write that. So this is also we're also thinking 2 to 3 years too. So I think in our last action plan, it was 1 year and it was like 50 different things. That's, we want goals that are smart, so they're gonna be specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely or time bound. And so, okay, equity focus, I didn't know that one, okay. So that means, we can outline something. I don't think that it was even remotely possible for us to do 90% of what was listed on our last plan within a year with our staffing levels and also, being in our volunteer status. So let's make our timelines realistic. But more importantly, I think we should just focus on what are some of the most top critical issues, and Regina gave us some. Previously, our discussions were around budget and staffing. Policy development was one of the focus areas from our last retreat in 2022, and then racial profiling. So we want our focus areas to be broad. Racial profiling to me is pretty narrow, in the sense that it could fall under a larger category of body of work that we do. Everything doesn't have to be standalone, so even budget is huge, but that's also part of staffing, maybe internal operations, maybe that, and so I've kind of tossed out some generic ideas about some potential buckets and how we can group some of our work. And I have policy development, that's critical. She has told us that is a huge part of what our legal mandates stipulate that we're required to do. And then community engagement or even strategic communications, that could be along the lines of not only how we engage with the community, but also protocols around how we engage with other city departments, as well as our maybe direct reports, or that could go under staffing, which could be part of internal operations, along with orientation, training, performance evaluations, and other things that we're required to do. So it would be nice to kind of fill in some of it, first, if we can agree on the topic areas, then we can start to define what I then have is our action plan template, which you will all get a chance to play with. And here, I'll just get you oriented to it. It's whatever the focus area is, we can outline the desired state. So if the focus area is staffing, we want to be in the desired state is fully staffed with full-time, non-temporary employees for fiscal year 1, 2, 3, and 5. That also have robust operating manuals and procedures or something, so they know how to do their jobs. And then in order to get there, these are our goals, our objectives, these are our metrics of success or key performance indicators, and then who's gonna be responsible for it. It could be just an ad hoc, it could be an ad hoc plus Micah, it could be whomever, it could be the city attorney's office, whatever. We can maybe even break that up and be like owners and partners. And then when we're kind of targeting to do this work. So that's kind of the framing in which I'd like everyone to think about how we go from the focus areas to then some of the more specific goals. And I do have a goal that, thank you, Mr. Wilson gave me last week, as an example to fill out, so you'll see it here. It's like, if my goal is to get an A in math, my objectives would be the steps in order to get there. So I would identify my personal areas of weakness, maybe multiplication was not my strong suit. So, and then I would solicit assistance in addressing those areas of weakness. So I would get a tutor whose specialty is multiplication. And then I would dedicate 2 extra hours per week studying that area. And then some of my measures of success would be obviously increasing my quiz scores, and the owners would be myself and my math tutor. So this is just a quick example, but that's eventually where I'd like us to get, so we can have, if we can compile it all, it would be big. It's gonna take a little while. We're not gonna get it done today. I didn't have that expectation, but I just wanted to put it out there. Maybe we can break up in groups or organize ourselves, work on it separately and like parse it out a little bit and then be able to come back together. But if we can agree on the focus areas today, I think that would be a good stopping point, and then we can talk about next steps. NSA, now is NSA like its own area altogether, or is it, I know it's a big thing, but is it part of what we're trying, maybe it's constitutional policing is the bucket and NSA is a topic under it? I don't know.
I think the bucket is,
Go ahead.
I think the bucket is oversight,
Okay,
right? There's an oversight function that we have. That's a big part of what we're doing. It's a big part of what's in the charter and the
that's
enabling
some time
ordinance.
too.
It's- Yeah, and
And that's OPD oversight,
We have the
we
regular.
have, we have everyone,
So that's,
everyone.
IG and,
Zipper, yeah.
I don't know why it's like.
And, you know, the NSA is, the NSA touches upon our oversight of the department as well as, CIPRA, are they monitoring the things, and then IG, are they auditing the things?
And it's not just, it's present and post NSA. The NSA isn't always, we're not always gonna be reacting to the judge. We're gonna be proactive about what needs to.
Oh, current NSA. And
And I'd still like to submit that we should be, in areas where we can, encouraging former commissioners to do subject-specific, contributions here and there. It just really helps to expand our capacity.
okay, so that can be. So I have community engagement, strategic communications, I think that's different. I feel like maybe, is there a specific area that we would engage them in? Or is it a different bucket of like retaining knowledge, institutional knowledge or subject matter experts? Like, I mean, that could be a lot of things. That could also be conferences, that could also be, making sure these binders get passed down and whatever. As institutions.
I feel like if it's former commissioners, maybe that's internal operations, because it becomes an issue of resource management, or what resources we can tap into. Right,
Yeah, and then based upon their subject matter expertise.
right.
And how do we identify them and invite them, and for what period?
We can talk about that, yeah.
So that would be the objective that's related to one goal that has to do with former commissioners.
in the community engagement, I am not so, like, obviously, I think it's important, but I think that should be embedded in everything, and I don't know about having it as standalone.
I'm not.
Cause I think we need to have just a master calendar every month, where are these things at?
So that's
Our-
community events,
Conversations, though? I mean, not we want.
it could be that. But we also have a community engagement ad hoc,
Which was not fruitful.
so,
We never saw anything.
It was just where
No
you,
reports.
it wasn't.
Yeah, I don't recall, I would say, I don't recall.
I don't wanna create a space for us to talk about community, I want us to be in community.
Okay.
so, okay, hold up, I like this better then.
It's 2:45.
I love how you take time.
Look.
But when it's your turn, and I was like 15 minutes, you was like 25.
Did I really?
Okay, we have to leave room for public comment and open forum.
That's okay. What time are we doing public comment?
Well, we're supposed to
Soon
be
enough.
in the so probably not
3
now.
minutes, let's wrap this up.
Tell us what we need.
Okay. So we could do.
I think to mention about this community engagement, piece, I think that also feels like internal operations because it's sort of what do we do as we're doing the work,
Right.
right? So I mean, it could be either just like standalone, how are we making sure that we
Operationalize.
yeah.
Community,
right.
sorry.
So how do we ensure community engagement, strategic communications, and you're adding, how do we operationalize that in everything that we do?
Right. And it's around resource, right? Who's available to go to X meeting,
Right?
Right.
to be
Which we have
acquired.
resource management.
Commissioner Caston, since, and just to put it there, not for any discussion in light of the time, but if you're projecting out a year to 3 years, there's a real possibility around, court oversight transition and also the CIPRA transition, of, taking on much of IAB. So the commission, would be wise to strategically pose itself as a topic of focus.
So transition planning, would that be part of oversight or would that be part of internal operations? I mean, ideally, we would want this plan to survive, well, that's a separate issue than what like, there's gonna be transitions. This is a transition that has implications of the work that we do. So maybe I don't know where that would fall. We definitely should have for internal operations, some sort of transition planning aspect. Yeah, it's time to
I think it's both internal and oversight because we also have to ensure others are ready to go.
So operational, I don't know. Scope transitions, like the changing in our scope of work, something along those lines. Okay, are we comfortable with these 4 areas for now?
Yes.
So policy development, you wanna read them for the.
Policy development, I think that was community engagement, maybe this is just communications then, because we want community engagement to be a part of everything that we do. There's some things that community can't be a part of.
Yeah, like today,
I mean, it's
performance reviews, and things like that.
Yeah, that's part of internal okay, and so our third bucket is internal operations. We've got orientations, training, performance evaluations, resource management, transition planning. And then we have a bucket that's oversight, current NSA, post NSA, CPRA, transition, IED cases, oh, no, sorry, that's later, CPRA, IG, OPD, and scope transitions. We can put a pin in this as well, but as long as the top areas, do we have consensus on those? Not necessarily what falls under them, but just those. Are we missing anything? The bigger
Okay,
buckets?
can you read them so?
Policy development as one bucket of work. And think about the ad hocs and how they might align right now. Community engagement and or strategic communications,
I don't know about that one.
okay. Internal operations,
Yes.
definitely, that's a yes.
A bullet point on that is the changes to the enabling ordinance and rules.
For operations. Yeah, I think
And
that,
rules of order too.
I think yes, that's also rules, I think that also has implications in strategic communications. Because that might drive how we engage with other offices as well. And then oversight is our last bucket. So far, so good. Any objections? So we have 3 strong ones, and then we've got this community engagement. Comms one is a little bit weak-ish for now.
Okay. Can you read them real quick, Angela, please? Oh, you did already? I'm sorry.
I'll do them one more time.
But
But
if you did, it's okay. It's okay, sorry. I had to say.
not a problem. And with that, we have 9 minutes. We definitely want to open it up to public forum, and then also get some feedback from commissioners on today.
Well, first
So-
we'll call for public comment.
Okay.
Do you wanna make them? Since there's only.
Yes.
There, you have a public comment, yeah, please come.
You want to sit here and tell us your name and your comment? And in the interest of time, we would hope you could keep it even under 2 minutes. Well, but I have a dozen thoughts. Okay.
Say your name, take your name.
I guess I'll pull it all together by saying, or suggest that what you want to become is a chameleon. You're not what you were 5 minutes ago, but you know where you've been. You don't know where you're going into the unknown, which means you have to be open to the community. And you have to allow them to really confront you. And you have to know in your own mind how you're going to use and absorb that confrontation. And you have to know that every community is different. And then you have to know that there are conflicts between those communities. Which means you have to know how to be a really competent middleman change agent. Okay, so that's all process. It's not dividing things up into this category and this category and this category. Those categories will come. So I think what I'm trying to say is I would think you would want to seek to assert your legitimacy, not your authority, not your power, but your legitimacy. That's what people pretty much go by. It's like, who are you to tell me what to do? Okay. Let's see, I think. So if you're middlemen, there has to be this really solid element of trust between you and communities. And you may go in a direction and the community may go in a direction or a perspective that you can't get your head wrapped around at the moment. But you have to allow that perspective to exist, and you have to deal with it honestly. That's gonna be an interesting job. I guess that, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the record, your name is?
Jane Kramer.
Thank you, Ms.
With
Kramer.
a K.
With a K, yes, that's right.
For the record, my name is Rashida Grinage. I am asking all of you to translate the abstractions of today into something that is rooted in reality, rooted in the how to. Because the intention of the creation of this body was to replace the court oversight of the Oakland Police Department. And with any degree of luck, that will be impending this year. And so the question I would ask you to focus on is, how do we replace the federal oversight system? How do we concretely, how do we assume that function? What is the database or the foundation upon which we will determine what our priorities are? Because you've been guided in that by the monitor, by the auditing and the monitoring of the federal oversight, who has said to you, this policy needs an upgrade, this training is not sufficient, this rotation or this combination of authority or supervision is not adequate, etc. The monitor has given you essentially the guidelines to follow. You're not going to have that. And so how will you replace that? How will you establish your own foundation that gives you the ability to give direction to the OIG and give direction to CPRA? What will you use as your own wellspring of data? And I would say to you that community engagement is one piece. And there are many ways to do that. One way is you were informed when Commissioner Riles appeared before you as a victim of police misconduct, right? But you have very few of those who come to testify. And so if there's a way for you to figure out how to encourage more of those people to come and testify, that will inform you about what is the reality on the street, which is not what you're getting when you hear from your department. Right. And another way is to look at tort claims. Not every tort claim results in a lawsuit, but if it's serious enough to warrant somebody filing a claim against the city with respect to the police, that provides you with an information database, right? So this is what I would hope as you start to contemplate the transition to post-NSA, that you will really focus on how do we replicate the kind of oversight that has been done by a professional body. We have professionals that we are overseeing, but how do we give them direction? And so that's what I would like to leave you with today. But I also want to thank you for your dedication, for your work, for your sincerity. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Before you leave, we're now, public forum, open forum. Do you have, I'm sorry, I'm so tired. Open forum, do you have anything you would like to offer in terms of open forum?
I think I've said what I would like to say. I don't want to take any more of your time. I know that you're due to wind up. But I really do want to say that especially in light of the political, free-for-all that we're all experiencing in Oakland right now. It's important for you to know that you are supported, that you are valued, that you are here because 83% of the Oakland voters said we need you. And regardless of anyone else's own agendas in this town, which are in certain instances quite self-serving, we know that you are not here because you are self-serving. We know that you are here to serve the community. We appreciate that. And we are here always to assist you in whatever way we can. And thank you for this opportunity.
Of course, thank you. And Ms. Kramer, I also want to extend to you an opportunity to make any comments during open forum on things that weren't on this agenda.
I agree with her.
Well, that's a good thing. Thank you. You got a ditto.
Right. Do we have any chat ones?
Anyone?
Chat comments?
Yeah, somebody already.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if
Can
there's
you stop sharing the screen so that?
hands raised, yeah.
Oh, something. Wow. I didn't know.
An opportunity to make another comment, please.
Have online, so.
We have. Seven. Still seven. We do have one person who wants to make a comment. I'll ask her to put it in chat.
Can we hear from them?
Yes.
We can try, I will try. I will see if I can hear.
And is there 5 minutes, 5 seconds delay? Because we had bombing last year.
Yes, this is
Ms. Risa, can you hear me? Okay, keep it down.
Hi, yes, this is Risa Jaffe. Rashida Grenache had some of my thoughts, so I want to appreciate her for sharing her thoughts. The specificity that you talked about, needing to be realistic about what can be done, really, that really needs to happen. To really target in on what's realistic. I would not worry so much about the 3 years and really focus on 1 year at a time. Things change so much. So if you can just focus on the first year, because just putting that together, that would be great. You're looking for my last name, Risa Jaffe, Jaffe. And also, to the point of finding out what's about what's happening in the community, that's so important because people don't tell. I've been hearing from different sources, people who are being told by police that they can't do X or they can't do Y. And I encourage them to report to CIPRA because they might indeed be correct, but the only way we know if police are saying no to things that they should be doing, if somebody's investigating those opportunities. So community needs to know that that's something they should be doing. Otherwise, they won't do it. And I'm only in limited number of places, so you have a wider reach. So I encourage you to reach out to community and let them know that that's something that you need to know about, because police aren't keeping us safe and doing their jobs if they're saying no to activities that they should be doing. Thank you so much for the time that you give.
Thank you.
So this meeting is adjourned?
Yes.
Oh,
Wait, anyone else?
Anyone else? I thought you said she'll have one.
No other hands are raised?
Okay. So, before we do officially adjourn, I would still like to get feedback on today's session from everyone. We don't have to do it today. I mean, you could just take 30 seconds to do it.
I will say
Um,
more in the regular meeting, but thank you for your time
Okay.
and your effort. And it's reflective of the type of people we have on the commission who are highly skilled. highly knowledgeable, and willing to give their all to the success of the Oakland Police Commission. Thank you for your commitment to Oakland. Thank you for your commitment to this commission. This was excellent.
Thank you.
For Angela.
Okay.
This meeting is adjourned. That has to be said.
Well done. The pens, Sharpies, go back to Angela.
Yes,
Um,
the pens you can keep, I guess, no, those are